about your dignity?
Growing up.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back for another session of Light of the Plays Odyssey of the Dragonlords. Anyway, as we're getting get out of here. I'm just gonna. Sorry, yeah. Tyler's gonna be a little bit more quiet this session. I don't know why. As we're getting back into it. Hi, super glad to have you all back tuning in. If you guys follow us, if you don't, click the button. I guess. Other than that, there's some stuff happening in the Nerdiverse. D&D Beyond is getting some titles, which is super exciting. Everything from Dungeons of Drakkenheim to Humblewood. For those of you that like the little cutesy, it kind of looks like, what is that game that you and your partner play, Jason? Root, right?
Oh my god, Root.
Yeah, it has kind of like the same kind of like cutesy animal vibe to it. But it's very dark when you look into the mechanics of it all.
Did you accidentally...
Yeah, he absolutely muted himself. What did he do? It's kind of fun. Let's just watch him. Oh.
But did you hear it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. That was weird. I don't know what happened. What just happened? I think I unplugged it a little bit. Oh, we're fine now.
Everything's spiraling.
Yep, as always. That is the default. Alrighty, cool. That is it for me from the Nerdiverse. Interesting to see what D&D Beyond is doing. Still not excited for 5.5. Sorry, Open D&D. I mean, 1 D&D. Whatever the hell it's called. Anything that you guys have before we go?
Cash Grab D&D. It's called Cash Grab.
It is Cash Grab. Oh, yeah, Hasbro. Actually, in other news, Hasbro is down, and its stock is kind of tanking right now. But guess who has been the cash cow for a long time?
Stock in general is kind of tanking right now.
The S&P is at like a 5,000 point high because everything
now
is
was down 55
points. Yeah. Anyway, we're here for Escape, okay?
I work in a bank.
Anything else that you guys have before we get into it? Because I'm excited.
Yes.
Patch
what?
6 is coming out for Baldur's Gate.
What is it? Patch 6?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, it's the Halton makeout patch.
Little forehead kissies from Halton.
Yeah, you need to see Shadowheart,
That's the whole patch.
You need to look at Shadowheart's new kiss, too.
I mean, there was a patch that was just jiggle
physics,
yeah. So I'm
Actually
not surprised.
There was the jiggle dick physics. Yeah.
She shimmies around and then kisses
She does a little dance around. She's like, "You've earned it, haven't you?" And then she's like,
God, I hate Shadowheart.
I don't hate her, but I don't like that. I hope
she
it's not said like Jason,
you?
because I'll immediately shut down the game at that one. You've earned it.
You've earned it, haven't you? And uninstall and never play this game ever again.
Yeah, they did a little bit too much. They did a little bit too much with Shadowheart, but I respect it.
I mean, she's the main character.
Yeah,
she's the people's princess. All right.
I wasn't.
Yeah, she's God's.
I wasn't sold on Shadowheart my first playthrough until I finally recruited Karlach, which I did late because I didn't realize she was a PC. I thought it was just Will's Quest, and I wasn't chasing it. So the first time I recruit Karlach, and she's like, "Well, she looks like she could throw me over her shoulder and carry me out of danger." I was like, "Sold."
Yeah, definitely.
I brought her with me to the end, but it's just because I needed a cleric.
I bring her all the time because I love her and I think she's so pure and I think she has the greatest story arc in my personal opinion.
I don't know about pure.
Wait, are we talking about Karlach or Shadowheart here?
Well, both, but I was talking about Shadowheart. I was talking about Shard. Yeah.
Yeah, she no pure. She's okay with not being pure.
No, she's pure.
She's not pure.
She is so.
She's absolutely.
She literally gives approval when you pet the dog.
I wish my storyline was just about getting a makeover.
Which is ironic since she's scared of wolves, and dogs are just domesticated wolves.
Thank you.
Don't.
I love you all. I love you so much.
Alrighty, with that, as we're delving back in, a lot has happened, and Damon maybe had time to watch half the episode. Or did you did you go through?
I mean, it was mostly combat, so I watched it on like double speed. And
that's fair. I think the most important development last week was, of course, Yanni's Wild Surge-induced new accent that is going to now become canon as of this episode. We all know it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. The rest of you guys, would you like to recap really quick what happened the last time before we delve back in?
No.
Cool. So,
question,
as you guys find yourself...
Not a lot happened. We spent some time in a crack. We're gonna go the wrong way. Found out we were. So
we were immediately going the wrong way.
We course corrected. We showed up, killed some people, and now we're gonna decompress. take a moment, reflect on what's happened.
Why do you sound like American Psycho? I almost went the wrong way, but then I went the right way. I killed some people, and now it's just time to decompress,
It's kind of been a long couple of hours. Like, it really has. I think that's just kind of, it's now bullet points. It's not really story. It's just murder after murder after murder.
It's true. It's true.
I think that's D&D in general, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's accurate.
Yeah. Sleep and then murder. Sleep and then murder.
So as you all stand within Balmitria's tomb, the now unbound, the disintegrated chains, the dust kind of like laying upon the dusty floor of the tomb itself, of Kyra, she kind of lifts herself up. Brissa, you had come to her asking, "Where's my daughter? Where's Mitros?" And she just shook her large draconic head, saying, "I don't know." You're now standing in the aftermath, the broken Amazons scattered about you. Light of Thylea, what would you like to do?
I probably would take the Medusa's body and say that, do we have a way to disguise one of ourselves and try to talk to her?
First, to make sure that Pitot in his reckless rage didn't absolutely annihilate the body of this Amazon, make me a perception check.
Point him.
Perception?
No, I'm just kidding. It's a D100. Roll me a D100.
I knew it. I hate everything about
Oh
this.
shit, I need to actually.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be
64.
All right.
We don't know if Kai is good or not.
You see the
Oh.
torso is absolutely annihilated. The upper half is barely hanging on, but as you look in there, as he had spit her out to the side, a snake head with multiple snakes kind of shorn off, but a mouth still functioning, or well, I don't know about functioning, but attached to the head is still there.
I go over and I grab the head before Pitor gets any more ideas. And I say, does anyone have a way to have this keep for a little bit if we want to ask some questions?
We could just ask some questions now, couldn't we?
Now? Okay, I can't do that. I just keep holding up the head. Well, will it talk to us, since we're the ones that killed it? I've only ever played.
So if we're going down the BG3 approach, I do have disguise self.
I've only ever played a game where they don't talk to you if you've killed them, so I don't know how it works here.
Okay, let's go through this. I have Alter Self. I also have an item that lets me cast Speak with Dead. And I also have a really good deception. But I don't know what to talk to them about, so...
She might know where Brissa's daughter is, or she might, if you pretend to be like Moxena and she needs to report in, or...
Oh, so I did think about this a little bit in the 6 seconds since we've had this conversation, and not in the week that we've been gone. I feel like turning into Moxena might be a bit much, because if I was an underling and my boss was like, hey, where is this one thing that we've been hiding and protecting? I would be like, you're the boss, wouldn't you know where that's at? So maybe just another Medusa?
Yeah. What? Yeah.
No, what? Please give me more information.
I was thinking back to yesterday when we fought those other Amazons, and for a hot moment I thought there was a Medusa there, but there wasn't.
It was just Amazons, and they knew nothing, so we killed them all.
And we didn't see anybody in the telescope other than my friend, but I don't think she's high enough that anyone would report her.
And we asked her, didn't we?
Yeah. She didn't give us a lot of information. Really want to help try to find Brissa's daughter. I just don't know who you would turn into.
Right.
I doubt that they're actually going to know, though. It seems like they keep information.
Well, doing this would literally cost me nothing. So...
Then turn into Casaria, then.
Ooh. That makes me uncomfy.
Why does that make you uncomfortable?
I mean...
Because Tyler knows we'll all ping Justin and say, hey, you should see how Tyler butchered your character.
You should do that, by the way.
I was just talking to Justin earlier today, actually. I mean, because Casaria was friends with us at one point in time. Which,
that's right.
Now that I think about it, friends with Crane turned evil. Friends with Casaria turned evil.
I think Crane was fine in the end. She didn't seem really bad.
I mean, you would say that.
I think she just bought into the lie that, about the whole, my family cares about me bullshit.
Yanni, jeez. Does someone have, a greater restoration or a lesser restoration or a lozenge?
Hey, I think I've done pretty well to avoid negative side effects of magic for as long as I have. And if this is the worst thing that's happened, I can tolerate it for a little while, at least, until I get it sorted.
I could cast Healing Spirit. I don't know.
Is it like a tear in your vocal cords?
I don't think so, although it might be by the end of the night. I'm not sure.
It kind of sounds more like allergies, like the dust is irritating his voice.
That could be. That's legitimate. That could be a thing.
Does anyone have, healing Benadryl?
What if you just turn into, like we said, another Medusa, or you could
nondescript Medusa.
Or if you turn into Moxena, you can just say report, what happened and were you success? I don't know.
But it would have to be where are we keeping the child?
No, I'm not a words person. I just had an idea. I thought.
No, I think it's a great idea.
So what information are we trying to gather exactly? I'm a little lost.
Where Mitros is.
Why they wanted. What they were going to
what they were going to do with Kyra, I guess, is important.
Well, that was pretty obvious. They were trying to turn her into a Medusa. They said as much.
Right, we did kind of know that.
I
got 5 questions, and I feel like if I don't ask them all, she'll be in a weird suspended animation state, and it won't end if I don't ask her all 5 questions.
That's not how it works. The magic unravels eventually anyway.
Is it possible to create a draconic Medusa? If that were a possibility, that would be quite the force of nature. Do we think that's maybe what
we're trying?
That's what they were trying to do, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, if we're so concerned about pretending to be somebody else, this priestess seems like she was in charge. Just dress up as one of the dead Amazons. You have plenty of examples. And pretend that you survived and need more information on where to go. If we find out where they were expected to go after this, that could help.
Yeah, I guess that would work.
Say we killed the intruders. Where should we bring the...
Yanni, make me an Arcana check.
Boom. 32.
Well, there's maybe a little bit of merit to that from the perspective of the others. Certainly are Amazons, much like Darien, warriors who are good at swinging a chakram, taking some names. But this was clearly a priestess who may have had the capabilities of teleportation or fast travel across the continent, like Argenti. So now that she is dead, maybe it would be reasonable to endeavor the path of we have defeated the light, or we escaped the light. Where should we go now? Or what should we do? Because they would be stranded. However, with 32, I'd say it's a gamble in the sense of what if they already had like a fallback spot that they were talking about? What if that was like part of their instructions?
So everything he just said, but also maybe disguise yourself as somebody with a head wound so there's maybe an explanation as to why you don't remember something.
Yeah. I'm kind of worried. I don't know who else was talking other than Yanni, but okay.
That teleport really fucked him up.
Well, looking at the Amazons, was there one that looked like they were in charge of protecting the priestess? Like, or were they all kind of similar, like elite guard like we saw last time?
Make me an investigation check.
That's a 2.
That's a whole bunch
blind.
of really badass, now dead looking women.
Yeah, God, they all look so badass. Anyone could be the leader. So, you could go with anyone that you like.
Amazons in general.
I know we are kind of cool. Is
I
there
just
one
meant
that's...
that anyone could be the leader.
Oh, yeah, you're fucked.
Oh no.
It hurts so bad because it's true. Emotional damage.
I'm just
is
getting
there one-
I'm trying to get
Yeah.
into the mindset. This is all method acting.
Just keep throwing them burns at me. That's what they would do. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go sit over there and you just do what you gotta do.
It's all acting.
Good.
Well, I don't think Alter Self can give me a head wound.
Oh, come here. I'll help you.
DM inspiration for that. Fuck Lyra up a little bit.
I mean, would you consider a head wound a distinguishing characteristic?
No, not
or
for
a
that.
facial feature?
I mean, listen, if you have a disguise kit, that's an easy way to do it, or just we can have like a medicine check to make it look like taking some of the blood from the other Amazons, taking some of the bandages that you guys have as part of short rest and stuff like that.
Or we could just punch you in the face. And you would have that
Oh,
wound.
it's fine. We don't have to do any of that. I'll just turn myself into an Amazon without a head wound. I'll just eeny, meeny, miny, mo one of them and just copy them down.
I really feel like the head wound would sell it. Like, I just think it would really sell it. It doesn't have to be a real wound, Lyra. We can just pretend the wound's behind your hair and pour some water. Or not water, blood on your face.
I'll just take some blood from the nondescript Amazon and just kind of smear it in my head. Yeah, we'll do it. No.
It's a good thing macrobiology hadn't been invented yet, or I'd be worried for you.
Make me a deception check, but it's based on dexterity, not charisma.
I don't know how that works.
You can probably just make a deception check and then minus whatever the difference is between your charisma and dexterity modifier. So.
Oh, okay, so -3.
Mhm.
19.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't work at Sally's, but she definitely looks like she knows what she's doing with that.
All right, Lyra leaves. Lyra quits. She disappears.
So as Lyra flies away from the catacombs, yeah, you take the blood, you kind of apply it to yourself, kind of make it look like you might have a head wound underneath the hair, as you kind of take some wrappings around and kind of make it look like you've maybe had some time to take a short rest after this fight. You are as ready as you think you'll ever be.
Ciao. So I'll use the stone speaker crystal to cast Speak with Dead on the priestess.
Alrighty.
Wait, did we want to ask her anything else, or was it just where do we
As she
need to
answers, "Ask me what?" No, I'm just kidding.
Ask her where my daughter is.
Go? Oh,
Should we
okay.
should we ask where they're supposed to go first, then ask for your
And then-
daughter?
Yeah.
Sure, it could be
It
second.
does- yeah.
But I'm just if she starts to suspect us, I'm afraid she'd suspect us right off the bat if we asked about your daughter. So
It's
that's my
okay.
only
It's
concern.
okay. I got it. Okay. 2 questions, and then we'll just leave her in a weird suspended animation.
We owned you and you're dead. No, I'm just kidding.
You can ask
Yeah,
if there's
we
any
just
Just
other
ask the
way.
third question. How do you feel about the fact that I'm actually Light of Thylea in disguise? That's
Yeah.
your third question. Then you leave her.
How's it feel to die?
Actually, it feels fine.
What, Brisso, were you gonna say?
You could ask if there's any other nearby encampments that we can go and kill them.
Oh, yeah. Or like,
Thank
what?
Briss is
Where
here.
should we go?
Mhm.
What were the next steps? Maybe. Also, your daughter. I didn't forget about your daughter. That's your job.
Who should we report to next?
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Got it. Okay. Got it. And then I can't speak with Dave.
Alrighty. As you take the crystal forth and the energy pulses out, it's at first like this black smoke that seems to just kind of like seem to solidify inside the crystal itself. As it pushes it outward, the entire crystal turns black, and then the smoke seems to actually push through non-existent pores at the break points of the different facets as it pulses out, and then starts to shoot into each one of the opening like wounds, orifices upon the head. You see black light seems to kind of like fill from inside the snake heads as you start to move first, kind of almost like tasting at the air, and then you see the rest of the body, or the rest of the head really like and the eyes just look at you. Did you guys take off the what is that called, the blindfold? Because she was wearing a blindfold.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would have. And I also would have turned her away from everyone else if I'm about to tell them that we beat the line of Thylea. I turn her away from everyone.
Sightlessly, you pull it back, and you can see that they're stone inserts as that's eyes set into the actual visage.
Well, that makes things easy.
She's like, and she seems to just wait.
Priestess, we managed to push back the light of Thylea. Where should we go next?
You see the dead figure trying to grasp with the concept of something that lays in the future, something to determine what you should do next. And you can see that it seems to falter at the question. The dead cannot answer things that might be based on speculation. You know that from the spell. But then you see her kind of twitch. The plan was to regroup with the assassins in Historia.
Great. Is that where we're keeping the Matrosian Queen's daughter?
You see her eyebrows kind of seem to narrow. No.
Do we know where they're keeping her daughter?
It is not for you to know. lest you are taken, warrior. You see a couple of the snakeheads starting to plummet down as the power of Speak With Dead is starting to slowly fade away. 2 questions remaining.
Who should we report to?
The undead does not answer.
She would know who's next in chain of command. Sure thing.
Objection calls for speculation.
I know. I don't know. Asking them who they want to assassinate sounds very speculatory.
Does it?
Is it?
Asking them who the next person in chain of command is speculation, apparently.
Asking who the assassin's targets were is not speculation, though.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Who are the assassin's targets?
The top of Historia's monarchy, King Rotis and his wife, Queen Corinna. The last of the snakeheads fall down, and the dark energy seems to barely coalesce within the eyes.
I mean, yeah, he's probably fine. It's Rotis.
I mean, yeah, he does have a witch sword.
Yanni, how many spell slots you got left?
Not a lot.
You don't have to throw gang signs at us. Wow.
West Side. Can you check and see if Rotis is okay?
I can either do that or I can get us to Astoria. One or the other.
Ooh. We should probably just go there then.
Yeah.
But don't know if Mitros is there, unfortunately. Once again, underlings are not allowed to know things.
Why I suggested Casaria.
Well, she didn't have eyes, so it wouldn't have mattered.
I think she still sends to you, though.
I turned the head around so everyone could see the weird stone eyeballs.
You see that there seem to be irises carved. It's like sometimes you would do that with some rich dead. Maybe put that in there if you embalm them or something like that. Except that these stones seem to turn and look in you guys' direction, taking in the view.
Oh, well,
I flip her off.
misunderstood. Oh, she's dead again. The questions are over.
No, there's one more question. She's still animated.
No, wasn't that 5?
That was 4. The one that you asked that was about like where should we go next? She didn't answer.
Oh, it doesn't.
And,
it just doesn't count. Oh, I thought it still counted. Well,
it does not. She does.
She's suspended though, right? She's waiting for the last question.
I guess so.
Do we have a bag of holding? Just put her in there for later.
I don't know if it works like that.
Yeah, I guess the spell does probably like stop at some point. All right.
10 minutes. It lasts 10 minutes. We pull her head out. It's all rotted, decomposed.
Ugh.
Whoops. I don't know. Anyone? Anything that you're just real keen to know?
As you ask that question, actually, as a character, not as a player, the Medusa set tries to like turn around but can't. And it's just like, I want to know how you think You are going to bring in protection against the end. And the body just slumps.
Well,
That was unusual.
joke's on her because she's dead. So
The end, right? Kind of hard to hear around her breathing. She said the end.
protection against the end, I think.
And the other Amazons were fanatical about the fact that Moxena was going to become a new god, and they were going to release Kentamon.
Tamane. There you go. I knew you had it in you.
I just kept thinking hands.
I mean, we can call him that if you want.
Hands.
Grandpa Hands.
Code word hands.
Hands.
Grandpa of the 1,000 hands.
I guess it would be the end of what we know now. But what do they think's gonna happen if Kentamani comes back?
I don't know. Maybe he'll just try and take over again. Go on a rampage. Wipe
That's
the slate and start over.
1,000 dabs? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, he'll do 1,000 dabs on all of our graves.
Could you imagine how many gangs
No, please
you could throw with all those hands?
Oh my god.
Well, is there anything we need to do here in this mountain? Oh, we should probably... Who's that lich that you guys were friends with that's here?
Damon?
Da-
It is Damon. His name
It's
is
Damon.
Damon.
Yeah.
Oh, the lich's name is Damon. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's been a fun little running joke for the last 3 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, his
I
name
ju-
is
I-
Damon.
He was fighting people when we came up here, right?
Yeah.
Or were those Amazons running up and those are the ones Pitor killed?
I think both.
Yeah, I think but we should probably go check
But we
on
were
him.
like, Damon's a lich, so like, what are they gonna do?
I don't know. We can go to Astoria now.
We can talk to him if you want to talk to him.
I'm fine. I just was curious. I didn't know if we should worry about him.
I think
mean,
the polite thing to do is to go check
Just
on him
probably
real
go
quick.
talk to
Yeah.
him.
I don't know about you guys, but the last thing I want to do is like inconvenience or myth a lich.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
kind of antisocial. And
Yeah.
actually, hang on.
I take
I
out
understand
Nomad. Does Nomad still seem okay? Like
You
know,
take out
or is
Nomad,
it
and
like-
as you see, the book has turned completely black.
oh boy. Try to communicate with the book. My mental voice has not changed. Hey, Nomad, you still there? Yeah, I guess my accent has changed a little. There?
As your mind connects with that of your sentient book, you don't get a response, you don't get a voice or even like the sensation of sentience, but rather there seems to just be this feeling of cold.
Okay, this may not be good. The book's acting weird. They may have killed Damon's body, and he might be chilling in here right now.
Oh, well, that's probably fine, right?
How do we do? Are we responsible for getting him out? Did he explain like a?
Nah, he'll take care of it. The magic takes care of itself. His body reforms in like a week.
Darian,
Oh.
your stupid high passive perception notices something. As they're having this conversation, suddenly it's almost like there's something pulling. It's almost invisible. It's barely perceptible, and it's frankly your passive perception barely meets the DC on that one. But it's almost like something pulls in towards the book. What looks like green teal like energy kind of like coalescing towards it, and you follow it as it kind of like glints and distorts the vision, the air around, and leads back towards the Amazons, their dead bodies.
Yanni.
Yeah.
I'm not really good with this magic stuff, but I'm seeing this greenish, almost like a thread or smoke coming from either the Amazons and going towards your book, or your book towards the Amazons. Has it done that before?
I'm gonna, like, Yanni wants to see if he can pick it out now that she's called it out.
It is incredibly difficult to see. If she hadn't pointed it out, no, you would have never noticed that.
Do I have any solid idea of what that is, or just speculation?
Make me an Arcana check.
34.
Ever since you had, Demon, and ever since what happened in Eresia and the fight against your mother, you certainly started learning more about necromancy. And, there are many things history-wise that happened. You know that Damon had descended down into the Nether Sea with the Dragonlords. You know that he came back looking practically dead. And you know that he became this undead creature with incredible powers thereafter. Putting all the strings together, yes, you learned that Damon, the sentient book that you carry with you, the conversation you had with him about it, or Nomad, I should say, is Damon's phylactery. And what is happening currently is that it is slowly consuming the souls of the Amazons.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think it's gobbling up their soul energy to help reform his body.
Do we need to wait until he's done?
We'll see what happens.
I think as long as there's dead people around, we'll be okay.
Yeah, we got lives to save, so, he'll get there eventually. It just may slow him down a little bit.
Okay. So your book eats souls.
I guess. I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that's what a phylactery does.
Has it been doing that like the whole time, or is that a new
I think so. I just
development?
never really put two and two together that it would have been doing that all along until just now. I'm not, I've learned more about necromancy than I ever wanted to know, but I'm still not really, I don't like to think that way. So, I think it's willful ignorance on my part.
I can't get over how much you sound like you're from Jersey.
I'm channeling my inner Sal. Love you, buddy.
Okay, so is there anything else we need to do in this mountain before we go to Astoria?
I don't think so.
Not in this part of the mountain, anyways.
Do we, if I remember correctly, again, it's been a very long, 4 days. I believe in the bag of holding we have Demetrius' skull. Do we want to leave that here?
I mean,
It's a good thing to do, so I would yes.
do we
I
think?
turn around and look at the dragons.
You see, over in the corner, Valis and Kyra have shrunk down to their human versions of themselves, and Kyra is just in Valis's crook of her neck and just sobbing into it as she's just stroking her hair. You see outside, Peter has just been brutalizing the corpses of the Amazons, walks back in his human form as he's like, "So what have you found?"
Oh no.
Just spit it out, Clara. I know you're usually used to the other thing. Come on, just give it to me.
Wow. Maybe
It's
I
fucking
don't tell you.
Pitor.
Maybe I let everyone die.
Fucking Pitor. Come on, just give it to me. And Val just kind of shoots him a dirty look.
So there's apparently assassins in Astoria right now, and we're gonna head there to make sure they don't kill Rhodus.
Let's go. Come on.
And also maybe stop killing all of the Amazons. Darian needs people to lead after we kill Moxena.
Didn't you just use your foul necromantic magic to talk to this one?
She was already dead.
Exactly.
And she's a Medusa. She's not an Amazon.
Yeah, also that. I push up my metaphorical glasses.
He's gonna make a saving throw on this one. Nope. She is an Amazon. Look at her armor. She's wearing the sign of Moxena, the queen of her. So yeah, the way they used to.
Don't you ever say that she is anything like an Amazon. She's an abomination.
I mean, what I was trying to say is, she's.
If you can't say anything intelligent, then keep your fucking mouth shut.
Yanni takes like 17 quick backpedal steps.
And you can see him starting to just like flare. His veins are starting to show as he just kind of like steps up towards you, Darian.
Fix it.
We just were in here saving your daughter's life.
I think.
Sister,
your sister. I don't know.
And safe, but she almost squandered. We're not like the Titans. Stop putting us in the same group as them, okay?
Sister.
You know what? I don't even care how she's related to you. We saved her life, and now we need to go save more people's lives.
Fine. Yanni.
Are you coming with us?
Of course I'm coming with you. Yanni.
Yeah.
Can we go now, or do we have to fly?
I think we already told you, we, how to say this without sounding like a complete jackass. We found your dear beloved mother's skull in the Tower of Praxis, and we have it with us. Should we return it to the rest of her remains now, or do you want to come back and do that later?
Valis kind of is like standing behind you now, puts her hand on your shoulder. We'll do it now. I believe you do not have enough power to take all of us with you at once, yes?
Yeah, I think we have maybe too many. Teleport's 8 people, right?
Take Peter
well,
with
teleport circle's all I have right now.
Oh, right. Okay.
Sorry.
I'm going to just fly back to Mitros, so I will not go.
That seems a bit selfish.
She's the queen. That's her duty.
We were just there.
And
She's
now I have to
queen.
go back. Bissa will nod to Vasala, and then they will actually just leave now.
And
All right, I'll
kinda-
tell Rhodus you said hi when we're saving his life.
I trust that you can handle it. I mean, it's just a few assassins.
Bye.
As Sila kind of stops, and she gives like a little bit of like a heads, like a little nudge to all of you before she leaves. Be safe out there, okay?
You
Give
too.
her a scritch.
Give her a gold.
Nom, 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 nom. Goodbye, Balmitea. She puts a paw up against the massive sarcophagus in the middle of the pyramid and walks out as well. As the two of you fly up out of the ravine, out of the mountains, and southward. Well,
Are we sure her remains are going to be safe?
not without
Especially
Dana,
with.
Valis says.
just Vanna White the book that's currently.
Valis looks over towards Kyra, and Kyra like crosses her arms. You can't be serious. And there's a smile on Valis's face. I think you know it is the only way. That feels really weird. I mean, it's a convenient way to transport it, don't you agree? I know, but really? Ugh, I don't know how I feel about this. We have to do her honor. And there is a dragon temple in Astoria. There is no better place for her to be interred for the time being. Alright. Why can't Peter carry her? Who is, by the way, just kind of stalked over in the corner, and he's just like seething. Just like waiting for things to finally progress. Fine. Alright. Yeah, get the school out. I guess we'll just... Well, if it's sealed right now... Can you keep it in the bag for now? Kyra says. We're gonna slide the sarcophagus out.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know if that's gonna fit through a teleport circle. We
It's
can
all right.
try.
We'll catch up with you. You were able to save me. Thank you. I feel...
Yeah, but you're like...
As Valis kind of steps forward and casts heal on Kyra, all the wounds kind of like heal up a little bit more. It's like, oh, why were you waiting so long for that? Oh, I could have used that like 5 minutes ago while they were still kind of talking to that dead snake. Ow, okay. So Valis just like, we believe in you. Maybe prepare them that we will come. Maybe, Peter, you can finally be the king that you never were to Astoria.
Guys, it's de-escalate.
I have no interest in being king any longer. Rotis, Corina, they're doing fine. We'll save them. We'll protect them. That's all that matters. Yanni, can you just get the spell going? I don't want to keep talking about things instead of doing things. Let's just go.
Yeah.
I'll start doing my my magic.
Why isn't it going faster? Come on, it's just a spell. You just say you do it and then it's done, right? What are you drawing then? Does it have to be
This is all
perfectly
I have to do
circular?
it this way right now because I spent too much energy teleporting us other ways earlier.
As Valis and Kyra both kind of like, as human forms are pushing against the sarcophagus, strain, and impossibly, just incredibly strong, are pushing it out of the way. It seems like they do have that draconic strength, even in their more humanoid forms, as they're starting to shift the sarcophagus out. Valis kind of stops by you, Argenti. And she goes, thank you for breaking her chains. I feel like they got very close. And without your help... Thank you.
No need to thank me, but you're welcome, I guess.
I know Peter has his opinions. And I think the four of us should talk sometime. But we come from a land that tore itself apart over people thinking that they were gods, challenging the very foundation of divinity. I think we can do better here. We deserve better. They deserve better. And we, in our knowledge, owe it to them. Don't you think?
Absolutely. I think we all deserve better.
And she kind of gives you a look there. What do you mean? I feel there is a charge to your words, Argenti.
I simply mean that going forward, we shouldn't make any more mistakes. And everything we do must be thought out carefully. And we need to put the right people in charge of this world.
Lots more to talk about. But for now, we will make mistakes, but today was not one. She puts another hand on your shoulder again. Today was not one. And you are not one. She pulls in for a hug. And then continues with Kyra to push the sarcophagus out.
There. Don't be cry.
How long does teleportation circle take?
Like 10 minutes.
A minute.
Oh. Well.
Oh, you're not doing it as a ritual.
It's just a minute. It doesn't have a ritual option.
Oh,
a minute
I always
cast.
think that it was. We had that conversation
It
before,
does
didn't we?
seem like it
Yeah.
would be
That seems like a
ritual.
very ritual-y kind of spell. Anyway, as you cast it, finally the flash of magic comes and all of you guys start rushing into the portal. The portal, of course, is set within the palace itself. And as you kind of step out, you see that immediately magical charges are going off. As you can see, there's a dozen different casters. There's like a phalanx before as all of these soldiers like kind of like putting all of their spears in your direction. And as you guys step through, you see the soldiers kind of, the light is arrived.
Chill out.
Peter?
Oh.
And you can see all the soldiers just like, what? You?
Well, how do we keep forgetting?
And they all drop to their knees and kind of like prostrate themselves before their god king.
This is not going to be good for his ego.
Yeah, I forgot people didn't know that he was alive.
Peter
again. It has been a long
Shoulder
4
checks
days.
you from behind Darian. And then looks over his shoulder and looks towards you and says, and this is what it looks like when someone is actually part of the place that they claim. And keeps walking. Soldiers, where's my son? Rotus is in his chambers, I think, with the queen. Yes, take us there, immediately. We have important business to discuss. Okay, should we notify your father that you're here? He kind of looks over towards you, Daphne. Yes. Have him summoned as well. Summoned? Sire, he seems very angry, and he has taken the body of one of the Geigen,
I'll go talk to him. It's okay. It's okay. I'll go. I don't want you to deal with his wrath. I've got it.
Thank you, daughter. All right, off to Rotus. Keep protecting the chamber. Well done, soldiers. Yes. As you guys all start making your way towards Rotus and Corinna, how do we want to?
Can I grab Daphne real quick?
Boink.
Because I was like, maybe we won't get in a fight, but now we're here, and I'm like, who knows?
Yeah.
And I didn't have time to do it before we left because teleportation circle is quicker than I thought.
Not according to Peter. That was at least like 1,000 rounds.
Right. So I'll, as everyone's walking out, I just want to like put my hand on Daphne's shoulder and just kind of be like, "Hey, can we chat just real quick? Just real quick."
I mean, we're kind of in the middle.
I
making
know.
sure my half brother doesn't get assassinated.
I know.
And then I have to go deal with.
I mean, like real quick, like actually real quick. Like it won't take more than maybe 5 minutes, probably even less.
Okay, sure.
Are you good?
Wow, that came in hot. There was no preparation. There is no little warming up. No, it's just straight to the "Are you good?" God damn.
And like not even in the alignment good versus evil way, but like are you okay?
Yeah, that's worse. That's
just like we've been through a lot, and like it's been stressful for everyone. But then there was some weird shit and some kind of dark shit.
I mean, if it's dark like black, that means there's blood in it, and you should see a doctor. Sorry.
I honestly don't know if this point if Daphne realizes what has happened. So, like, Daphne's just... I mean, no, I'm not doing okay. The guy I'm kind of interested in has been dead for a bit.
Right.
And I got to watch my grandfather, who willingly left me to go and basically die, because he thought that, I guess, was a better option. Drag his body. No. But I'm still here, still hanging on, and we're gonna get this all figured out. And yeah.
Okay. Well, I care about you. Obviously.
Thanks.
I care about everyone. We're all really close.
Close?
And I just put my hands out for Daphne to grab my hands.
This is oddly reminding me of how I was broken up with once. Put her hands on.
Oh, this is gonna make
So
the rest of it even worse. Then
I don't know what this is going.
The
Lyra.
worst of it.
If you're about to
even
tell
worse.
me that I'm no longer needed,
No.
Okay.
An above game.
Above game. That's what he
I
said.
haven't-
You are no longer needed. What the
Okay.
fuck? Who do we need to fucking brutalize?
The worst part about that situation in that moment is that so far Lyra is the only person she's told any of that to.
Yeah. The only one.
But above table, I've been thinking about what this spell would look like for 5 million years, and I have put some intense thoughts into it. Haven't asked David about any of it, so if any of it is too much, he's allowed to veto it. But we're level 17 and we're basically demigods, and I know it's technically not what the spell does, and it won't change anything mechanically, but these are my thoughts and how I've pictured this.
It's a very long preamble, counsel. Get to the point.
So, I'm casting Foresight on Daphne. It takes a minute, and here's how I have pictured this. So mechanically, it will still just be the regular benefits of Foresight. But Lyra is a warlock of the fates. So, when Daphne puts her hands into Lyra's, immediately, Daphne can see all of the fate strings that Lyra sees on a daily basis.
Oh god.
We live in a giant spiderweb.
Oh no.
Arachnophobia is real, people.
And as they're just sitting there in this mass of fate strings, one string kind of intertwines itself in between them. And you wouldn't know, but somehow you just inherently know that that is Daphne's fate string. And I grab it and clasp it in Daphne's hands. And for the next minute that it takes to cast the spell, she sees all of the different outcomes that could have been. If Daphne's first love had stayed faithful. If Daphne hadn't become a gladiator. if she hadn't gone with us on our first adventure, if she had gotten married and had kids, if she had left Astoria on her own and just traveled, just any outcome that she could have had in life, she just sees them all for the next minute. And then it all fades away, and Lyra lets go, and then she just lets her sit there and absorb everything that happened.
So much, and just, like she's just like blank stare, like looking at Lyra, but not like looking like through Lyra, basically, and just like kind of crying, and just
which I fully expected. So yeah, I don't know if that was better or worse, but
I don't know either, and I don't want to sound rude about that. This is just a lot. Do you see this all the time?
the strings, yeah. All of that stuff, not really.
Okay.
I'm
Have
not
you
like
done-
spying on, oh, what if they dated? Like that, I can't.
That kind of sounds like something you would do, though.
I would if I could.
Thank you. Like, give her hands a big squeeze. Just thank you.
So now let's go make sure your half brother is not
Right.
gonna die.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to lose anybody else. Do I look okay? That's a lie. I know.
No, we
no.
don't.
Yeah.
None of
yeah,
us look
none of
okay.
us- I mean, you
Honestly,
look okay.
I still look like an Amazon. I never dropped it. It lasts an hour.
You. That does explain why
I do
the guards
drop
were.
it. I do drop
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Wonderful. Let's go catch up. This is a lot to process. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
no,
much.
yeah, you're welcome. We just leave.
All right.
So to
Emotional
clarify,
done.
are you guys heading down to where Vulcan is, or are you guys going to where Rhodas is? Those are two different places.
Oh yeah, Daphne said she was gonna go talk to Vulcan. If that's where Daphne's going, I'll go with her.
Okay, okay, okay,
Are you
okay.
sure?
Yeah.
Maybe. Lyra, I'll be super real with you. Like while everybody's still a little bit of ways ahead. I only said that at first just to get Pitor to shut up. Like I literally just
Oh,
only
so are we
said.
not going there?
I mean, I want to go there. I do, but I think we just need to make sure he's okay first, and
So we'll still go there.
we'll go after. Yeah, let's
Okay,
not split the
okay,
party
okay,
any
okay.
more than we already have. Like we're already down Barissa and a dragon.
See, that's the foresight. It's working.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Kitten appearance.
Yanni, where
show
do you
you-
find
I
these
show you-
animals?
I show you a life where you became a Catwoman.
honestly, that seemed really close in my future.
This is what it would be like if you become a cat lady.
Yeah, not bad.
Daphne's replacement character is a Tabaxi. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
All right. And so you kind of like jog and catch up to the rest of them, and the rest of you have already arrived in the chambers by this point. And you can see that Rhodas has a large table before him, and it seems like there are a bunch of reports on scrolls laid around it and a map of Astoria. There seem to be kind of like markings and colorations of what looks like damage reports. And you can see that there's a general that kind of like bows to him as you guys come in and walks away. Corinna and Rhodas are both kind of like hunched over this map, starting to like looking over some of these reports as they look towards you. Well, I'll be damned. You are all still alive. Corinna just kind of like gives a smile to you all. So this is Argenti, Darian, and
I run
Yanni.
and give him a. Oh,
The
we're
two of
not
you
there
guys,
yet?
you guys had a separate conversation for a little bit while they kept walking.
Right.
And Rhodas kind of comes over and goes down on a knee and gives you just a big hug, Yanni.
I How you doing, buddy?
What happens to you? What did you do with him?
There's something weird happened with a teleport earlier today. I hopefully it'll clear up in a day or two.
We were in a dusty tomb. It's agitating his voice.
Oh, it's the humors. Yeah, I've heard about that. Corinna, by the way, has walked over. Queen Darian.
Queen Corinna.
Thank you again for your service.
Well, we come here with other news to share, and it's not good news.
Rhodas and Corinna can exchange a look for a second. Please, come on in. Do we need to ask the soldiers to leave?
Leave only your most trusted.
I trust them all, but just in case. Please. The Centurions kind of give each other a look. And you can see they're like, we shouldn't leave them alone. This is the fucking light of Thylea. All right. As they kind of like start walking out of the place. And just as the doors are closing, Daphne, Lyra, you guys are getting there. Like, oh, excuse me. Sorry. And Rhodas, upon seeing you, Daphne, he gets a little bit of a grin and kind of walks over as well. Hey, sister. And he kind of awkwardly goes in for a hug.
Side hug. It's a side hug thing.
I turned it into a group hug. I turned it into a group hug.
Ah, that's right.
Right.
So, things went pretty bad in Mitros, we heard.
I feel like they could have been worse.
They didn't go well. Looking at Lyra.
Your
Versus
Dragonlords are dead. The academy looted. The palace looted.
But people
The
still
costume.
alive. Brissa's still alive. Pitor and Valis alive.
True.
Mitros has been kidnapped.
And the king is dead.
Acastus is dead, yeah.
Oh yeah, we should have
What
looked
if?
at that.
And this is when he realizes Brissa's not there. What if the second strongest member of Light of Thylea?
Oh, I miss Rhoda so much, I'm gonna cry.
Daphne's right there. What are you talking about?
Say that.
Oh, Brissa became weaker.
Brissa left to go back to Mitros.
Okay.
Obviously,
I
for
thought
her
she was
city.
dead. We didn't even get to, have a proper match. I wouldn't want her to be dead before that.
Of course.
So, there's assassins here in the city who have come to try to kill you.
Oh. And Corinna and him kind of look at each other. I have been wondering when that was going to happen, after you took care of Anora. I figured that's what she was meant to do.
Wait, Corinna knew?
Yeah, I told them I was gonna go hunt her down and kill her.
Oh. I didn't catch that part.
As Corinna goes, and as we discussed, Astoria's troops will stand by your side when it is time to retake Themis. Protus and I have agreed.
Well, we'll definitely need your help.
And you
Especially
will
after
have-
what happened in Mitros.
Speaking of, do we need to send help? Mages to maybe do some stone, the thing that doesn't really exist, but they make it look like it. They just ask a bunch of sprites to kind of hide themselves and take rocks and put them together. Magic, as you call it. I know it's not real.
I miss you so much, Rhodas.
Okay. I think I can speak for Brissa and say that she would take any help she could get right now to get her city rebuilt and her people safe.
And that is also when there's like a little bit of a commotion outside, and then the door kind of opens, and then you see Pitor, who has slung
It
under
is.
one of his arms is like a little pony keg version of a wine barrel, and kind of like kicks the door shut behind him with his centurion going like, okay, well, no. As Rotus sees his dad, immediately, he doesn't stare at him, he stares at you, Daphne. What? Never saw someone come back from the dead. Slams it down, kind of looks around, it's just like, fuck it. And he like takes a letter opener and just kind of punches the side of it and like, oh, kind of like a big old burp. That's not the pony cake. All right. So, King, huh? Well done, Rotus. You deserve it. Beautiful wife. You two will make fantastic grandkids. So, what did I miss? As he kind of like kicks his legs upon the little side table there. How's Astoria? Father. As Corinna just kind of puts a gentle hand on his shoulder and walks forward. Our city is fine. Peter. Good. But you could keep it together. So where is my father? Actually, about that. And she seems to kind of turn away from him and towards you, Daphne. Your grandfather has holed himself up in his former workshop.
He's mad, isn't he?
It's more than that. He seems to be literally suffering from madness. He has kicked everyone out. There were some in the city that after you and Hephaestus had spent time here, started worshipping the Fire King. Excuse me, what? Fire King? What a stupid name. Sets it back down. What? As she continues, and none of Hephaestus's priests were allowed into the building, but it is the temple that was dedicated to him. Vulcan has dragged his body in there, and our troops, after recovering from the attack, have not wanted to fight with another god.
That's fair. I
Hephaestus helped us. He died in the defense of Astoria. He slew the Titan. They slew each other in the process. The Sidonian forces were able to recover the Titan. They were in the process of trying to get Hephaestus out of here as well, but then Vulcan showed up.
All right. I guess that's where I will go next. Glad to see you're both still alive. Yeah, there's assassins. They tried to take Kira.
We can discuss maybe setting an ambush for the assassins, but are you...
Yeah.
What happened? We felt an earthquake shake through things. Some of the mountain estates lie in ruin.
Well, Sidon is dead.
Yeah, we killed him.
You did it. And she just goes over and gives you a big hug and squeezes you, Daphne. And Corinna is a pretty built woman herself. And Rhodas just kind of puts a hand on your shoulder. Thank you.
I mean, it was most... It's everyone.
You were there. You were there.
Corinna just kind of goes, It's okay, you can say it. I have spent a lot of time with the priests and Corinna, and talked about the issues that I've had since growing up. And you see him kind of like steal a little glance towards Peter and then look back to the ground. And
the sibling side eye just...
Yeah. And my toxic masculinity and trying to prove myself by putting other people down, and that has included you in the past, and I'm sorry, and I know that me apologizing is not enough, will never be enough, but you mean very much to me. You are my family, and if you will have me, I would like to earn being called your brother in due time.
I mean, sure. I actually would kind of prefer that.
Oh, okay.
This whole like forcing us to be like brother and sister this whole time has been really weird.
It's weird. I
barely
hardly
know
know
you.
you. I mean, we
Thank
barely
you.
spent time together. I mean, you're formidable. You look like a badass. You know, we've both, fought in the arena, one more successfully than the other. I mean, it's really. And Karina just gives him a look of like, as he's
there he is.
I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
I was getting real worried for a second. I was about to not like this Rodus, but there he is.
Honestly, I'm happy. I was worried that we've actually been talking to the assassins the entire time, and that these are just imposters of the beginning. But
that's me. It's me.
Also, if you want to take something to therapy, this is you might want to sit down. The reason your dad alive, partly due to Thylea.
No.
Yeah.
What? No.
Yeah.
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 I'm gonna like just stare at Argenti. Just
Yeah. Went and had a chat with her. She gave me their souls trapped inside gems, brought them back to life.
And Peter is like,
Crazy.
I don't fucking get it either. Women, am I right?
Also, I'm sorry.
And Roger's just like, that's a lot to take in. Yes, we'll need to talk to the priests about this. I think this is going to take extra time.
Also, she's still alive, but it's chill. It's cool. She exiled herself. We're not worried about it.
How do you know for sure? Well, exiled herself to where?
Sidon was kind of drugging her, so wasn't really a loving relationship.
Remember that whole speech that you just had 5 seconds ago about toxic masculinity? It was that. It was that.
Sidon wrote the book.
I mean, don't we have the book? Didn't you guys keep his diary?
We do have his diary.
There we go.
He was drugging Thylea. Also, he was feeding the prophecies to Versi, technically, to get this even kick-started. And he was basically keeping her subservient and crazy.
But
and that's why she was acting so crazy.
She tormented Yanni. I promised Yanni I was going to kill her with him. You and I.
She was in the middle of a psychosis. She was having a psychotic break when all of that was happening.
And that excuses it?
I'm still not sure how I feel about it, to be honest.
I still don't
I
know
haven't
how
really
I
had
feel about
time
you,
to
Yanni.
process.
I hope your allergies pass by quick.
Yeah, you and me both, man.
Can we get him a lozenge and something?
I'm also kind of on the fence about it, but if she's decided to take herself out of the equation, and she also gave us parting gifts, which did not come with gift receipts, unfortunately, I'm kind of okay with it.
And no one will be bothering her.
He kind of just looks at you. I forget who you're. Yanni. And he kind of gets down on a knee again. Are you okay with this? He's on a knee
I miss
for
you so much, Ronan.
Yeah, but even on a knee, I have to look up.
He processes.
I mean, like I said, I haven't. This is all in the last 24 hours. I kind of haven't processed it all yet, but
I've got a couple of priests that maybe we should talk to. But even if you don't want to do that, maybe go on a long walk, because this is Thylea. She ruined your life. Remember?
I got a pretty good life now, though. So, I mean, those 3 years after the whole Aresia thing, living and working in the academy, it's been pretty nice.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I want to go talk to her at some point, I think. But I don't know, man.
Okay. Well, if you do...
I've been manipulated, so I know what that's like.
I swear an oath that I will come with you, and this time act as your bodyguard.
Also, oath's not a thing anymore. But Lutheria, the reason she got out is because she killed the Furies.
And both of them, Corinna and Rose, just like slack-jawed, like, what?
Yeah,
And
but
Corinna
I
immediately picked us up.
I appreciate the sentiment, and I love you, buddy.
Oh,
You're like
no.
still my best friend in the world.
And he just gives you a big
oaths.
hug as Corinna's just like getting pale. She's like, there are so many legal agreements that were made per oath. Oh, shit. Oh,
yeah,
fuck.
but maybe we should have not done that.
Well,
Maybe
I'm sorry, what was
shouldn't-
more enforceable than a magically binding contract enforced by the Furies placed there by Kentimani at the beginning of time?
Hey,
Is
guess
this
what?
like a
Apparently
thing?
everything was more enforceable because oaths don't exist anymore.
Is this like a thing that rulers do? Like Brissa oaths, like it's no big deal. You
Of
guys
course,
oath like
that
it's
is
no
yes,
big
that is
deal?
how our legal system works by and large. There are lesser agreements that are usually made by bards or priests. They're written, but they're not they're enforceable, but it takes so much more time. If you can just swear someone to do something, and if they don't do it, they turn into a Medusa. It makes so much more sense.
Oh my gosh, that sounds like half of our problem that we're currently in.
And that is when Corinna kind of catches. Right, sorry, Queen Darian. Didn't. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, good news is that she's an even bigger threat than she was a couple days ago.
Lutheria?
And no, Moxena, and I proceed to tell her everything.
Everything!
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, everything. I just go. So she wants to bring back Kentamane, and she's gathering all the objects.
She
needs
sits
to
down.
Become a god, and
And oh my
Like I
gosh,
said-
Rhodas Casaria is working with her.
No! Who?
I know.
Wait, I remember her. The Medusa that you were with in the beginning.
mhm.
And she puts her face in her hands, and it's just
You
like.
could say
That's how
you
I
could
feel.
say fuck because that's pretty much what it's been at this point. Is oh fuck.
Yeah, I think I'm running
Been a
out of
long
those.
4 days.
It's yeah. Did I? It's and like we're friends with Helios now.
What? Who?
Oh yeah, you guys don't even know who
The
he is.
sun god,
The
yeah.
sun,
Sun
yeah.
God? Wait. Oh, that's one of the new ones, right?
Sun god. No.
Do you remember? Do you remember
No.
before we went?
We heard about
to
the couple.
go-
It's like the Sun God and the Sky Father. They're like a couple?
No,
no.
we're not talking about them.
Rhodas, do you remember? Were you there for that? Do you remember when we
Probably not.
learned about Narcissus and that there was like a 6th god, but then there was also like a golden
You've.
dragon thing?
Don't remember. I mean, there's Brissa's dragon, but.
It was so long ago. Anyways, he's like a fake god who's also a dragon.
He looks over at
and-
Pito.
Yeah, like that.
Oh, just like him. Except, intelligent.
But he was also.
What?
He was also. God, it's been so long. He was also. Estor's dragon, right? Wasn't he?
Yeah, we found that out.
Estor was a dragon lord, and Helios was his dragon. It wasn't actually.
Lara, I'll be honest. I lost you about 3 names ago. Okay, so
Okay,
Helios good
we'll
or
bring it-
bad?
He's good.
Kind of in between.
In between.
We're trusting him for now.
Listen, the last time I fought a dragon, it didn't go so good.
Yeah. Well, he's on our side at the moment.
Corinna, like, Hexia killed him.
What?
Hexia had killed Rhodas when you guys fought her.
Oh,
And
right.
it was after that when Peter had arrived to resurrect Rhodas that...
Right, and then Lutheria stole
That
his
whole
soul,
thing. That whole
and-
thing.
Yeah.
Right. Well, both of you are alive again, so what else? Oh, get this. Are you ready?
Mhm.
2 boyfriends.
Hey!
High five.
Nice. Who are the boyfriends? Do I know them?
Bullbug.
Lyra!
I know. I don't know if. Oh no, Pascal. He was at your wedding.
Oh. Oh, no. So you have a thing for horns.
Gotta
Oh,
grab
yeah, I
onto
didn't
something.
Think about that. Well,
I mean, we all
Darian
know
wants
she's
to sleep
horny,
with Helios,
so-
Yeah.
I just
Rhoda's like,
Also, speaking of horny, how's your brother?
what?
me. Oh, I hope
Nice
he's
segue.
okay. Hope he's okay. He doesn't have horns, Lyra.
Roll a
I know,
D100.
but he's actually a whore, so
That he is.
Oh, that brother. That brother. Yeah.
All right, they're safe. So what is next? As he kind of like sets the empty keg on the side table.
That's my cue to step out.
Well, Daphne, as you kind of like steal out, does anybody else follow Daphne as she leaves the room?
I do.
Lyra, listen to me. We were having this argument like outside the door.
No, I don't think you understand.
No.
I punched Vulcan once.
And I love that. And I love
Love that
that.
for you.
He immediately almost killed me.
Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to stay here where there's like going to be a lot of talking and perhaps persuading or at least calming
sounds-
down?
Awful.
Lyra, that's literally... You're good at a lot of things, don't get me wrong. Talking? You were like such a good talker.
I don't know if I can listen to Pitor anymore, and Yanni might give me a migraine. I have to get out of there.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
What are they gonna have to persuade about? Let's try not to die. Let's
it's more
kill
like
the
Pitor.
assassins.
It's more like Pitor maybe suggesting something harebrained.
Well, Valis is there.
Alice is not. She's not here yet.
Not here. She's
She's
not here.
not here.
She's not here.
She is not here. yet.
Valis is back too?
Lyra. Yeah,
Just
Valis
kidding.
is back.
One of the Centurions is like, I'm sorry I couldn't help overhearing. That is
I
amazing.
forgot.
Ooh,
Our
I
gods are
forgot
back.
she didn't go with us. I forgot they're flying. I forgot.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, who's in there that
Let's
could
just go. Let's just
de-escalate?
go.
Darian's there. I'm sure
Best of
that'll
luck.
end fine.
Even if I don't hear it, I just sense with my perception that Lyra's just sprouting bullshit. That's gonna
Immediately throwing Darian into the fire.
like she just turns towards the door and she's like, just
All right. Let's go. I don't think I'm ready. So can we? Like I want to walk really fast because Heffy. I want to walk really slow
I'm
though.
sorry.
Vulcan.
Who?
Hephaestus.
Heffy.
It's a name. It's a nickname. Hephaestus. That's
Bitch. I said what I said.
Look, if you can come up with better nicknames, Hephaestus is a very long name. Anyways.
Nickname or pet name?
Yanni, are you joining us?
I think we all just go. We all just say they're alive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was still happening in earshot. If
Oh,
not,
that's
my
fine.
bad.
That's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's go. Please, can we go? Please.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know,
want
honestly,
to
I
deal.
can't think of anything better than Heffy right now.
Thank
so.
you. See?
Hefner?
No.
Hef. You know what? We might just have to stick with Heffy.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, if you don't want to go straight there, we could go grab a drink. No, actually, I immediately regret saying that. I take it back.
Are you sure? Actually, no. We don't need to go and buy a drink. I have. We'll just go. It's
maybe-
fine. It's fine. What do you
maybe-
want? What do you want? We
maybe-
can change.
Maybe also, maybe not. Maybe we find other recreational ways to de-stress.
Working out is quite literally the most stressful thing. Like training now, I have to train to survive. to keep everybody to not be a burden. Apparently, I need to do more of that though. Can we just stop talking maybe and just go? I'm sorry. This is really weird. Oh, this is really weird.
Which part?
Which
your
part?
dad is alive again.
Yeah, and this is the most interactions I've had with him.
With your grandfather.
Who seems to have fucking lost it? Yeah.
Yeah, I could see how that could be a lot to handle.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Well, I have to juggle 2 boyfriends.
Literally, Bulbug is the sweetest, easiest man. You just smile at him and his whole day has been made. What do you mean you have to juggle 2 boyfriends? Pascal, he flaunts this like haughty aspect. He knows he can't get any better than you. All right, he seems smart. So don't even give me this juggle.
I hear what you're saying. I agree with all of it. I wouldn't have to juggle them anyways because they both are aware that we're all dating.
So you're being over dramatic. All right, and walk faster. Walk faster away from her. Walk faster away from her.
No, I can't power walk. It's so exhausting.
And with that, let's take a quick break. Pick it up with more shenanigans after. See you guys in 5 to 10 minutes. Oh my god. And with that, we are back, but not on that screen. That screen. And as we're picking it back up, we're swiveling away because
There's a lot going on.
things over in Astoria will be safe for a bit. The air is shooting through your hair. The thoughts of your daughter not being with you are tearing you apart, Brissa. And after some hours of flight, sailing over the Mithril Mountains and the western lands of Mitros, you finally come upon the city that is still smoking from places. You land down in the palace and continue to coordinate the efforts. As the sun is starting to set, you are with your people. The cleanup is going surprisingly well. And in the middle of one of the tasks that you have assigned yourself, as you're trying to get some of the ships salvaged from the actual, docks and the like, a message pierces into your mind. It is not Yanni or Estrella's familiar voice. It is female, though. Queen Brissa of Mitros. Greetings from Her Highness Moxena, first of her name. We have your daughter and would like to parley. Please respond.
So we'll just respond with where and when.
We will arrange for a meeting this evening. Please do not resist as you sleep. We will meet you there. And that is it. You can try to respond more if you want. You do have another response, technically speaking,
Brissa won't respond.
The next thing she says, fart. It's transmitted.
She wasn't planning on sleeping tonight, but I guess she is now.
We swivel back towards the room where you have been left behind. Yanni, Darian, Argenti. So, what are we going to do, this fucking assassin? They're gonna send someone to kill my son over my dead fucking body.
I mean, that might be in their plans too. Who knows?
Yeah, they could certainly try.
I might actually pay money to watch you fuck them up. That would be entertaining.
It's good to be able to do things again. I've been cooped up for so long. Yes. Yes. Father, maybe... Why don't you... You're going to help fight, right? Yes, I am. Not going to let anyone touch my child. Right. Right. Why don't you get more wine for yourself, huh? Oh, yeah? Do you want some too? Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. All right, I'll be right back. Anyone else? Huh? Traitor? Huh? Queen? Queen?
Not this early in the day.
It's almost evening. Fucking lightweight. Kind of strolls out. Door clicks behind.
Because it's true.
Thank you so much for telling us about this assassination attempt, Corinna says. We've been worrying about this, but it is oddly reassuring to know when it is finally happening. Do you know when they're going to strike?
No, we were unable to get that information from our informant.
Okay. Who is your informant, by the way? Do you have someone on the inside?
More like someone who was pretty high up in the organization before we removed their head.
Is she always this coy? Rodis goes like,
I don't want to show you and I reach in. Well, we left it there. We killed the priestess that was trying to turn Casaria?
So you asked her while she was dying, right?
No,
love. There is
No,
love. There's magic, necromancy. You cannot talk to dead people. You cannot just talk to dead people. Like I know, I sometimes stood by a grave and I would pray to my mother when I thought she was still dead, and I mean that's not real. It's like an imaginary friend, right?
Yeah, but you can't talk to dead people with. I mean, here.
He takes out Nomad and turns to the page to speak that. Right here.
It tells you how.
Your book looks sick.
It's having a day. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
In a week.
You
so.
painted it. It's just a phase. I get it.
Sure. Yeah.
Lyra
Exactly.
probably did. She's so good with colors and dyeing things. And dying things, like she kills them too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Anyway,
Lyra just with Daphne. I miss Rodis.
Really? Like that? But did you guys have a thing?
Maybe in Lyra's mind, but
a couple different times in Lyra's mind while she was with someone else. Anyway, as Corinna kind of turns back towards you all. So, what should we do? I feel like we should lean into this, not give them a sign that we know.
Well, I wouldn't deviate from any plans you have today.
Well, you are a deviation already.
That's true. What was the plan for the next couple of days?
Repair, rebuild for the most part. I mean, Astoria was still attacked. Hephaestus did an amazing job protecting us. We did not fare nearly as bad as Mithras did. We also have the fortune of not being upon the water quite the same way.
Well, if we want to lure them out, we should probably pick a location, either in the palace or in the city, where we would have the upper hand.
Understood. Very well. And so you guys begin planning. Is there anything above table to move things along that you guys would like to set up for this ambush upon the assassins?
Anyone think of anything? Oh, what's the status of oil or smoke powder barrels? If I was gonna just
This is not Baldur's Gate 3,
No, it's
Elena.
not Baldur's Gate.
Don't make me put a fucking spray bottle on you. Jesus Christ.
It's not just a Baldur's Gate thing, it's Larian. Alright. Divinity 2, you could do that shit too.
There's no black powder in this world.
Oh, what about Death Fog or whatever that other stuff is? Alright,
That's what it's called. It's also not there. You have literal dragons.
Oh yeah.
What if we find a cliff to
man.
push the assassins off of?
Well, thinking back to when we were in Mitros, how many Amazons were there that conducted the ritual?
Which ritual?
So the rituals that we've been seeing with the Medusas, right?
Mhm.
I know that they had the priestess,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm just trying to gauge, based off of how many people or Amazons were there, how many assassins there could be. About trying to figure out how many might be laying in wait for us.
Probably something similar to what you saw on Balmitria's tomb, maybe?
So 10, if I'm remembering correctly? 8, 10?
There were more there. Pitor just annihilated them.
Oh.
There
outside
was
of
a
the
lot.
pyramid.
There was a lot.
Oh, so we're thinking there's a squadron where it could be
You
20
don't
or
know.
30 of them.
I
Yeah, I
know
guess-
for teleporting Kyra away, there were 6. I
And
don't
then you
remember
guys
how.
spent the night, spent some extra time.
Mm-hmm.
Are you okay, David?
So I guess I would just try to look at their map of the palace and map of the city. And once we pick a prime location, talk about where we want to put their soldiers to help with us and where it would be key locations for us to be. So that way some of us were close by, others were at more of a distance. So that would probably be the only preparation I could think of.
Maybe we should also plant a false seed that you're not actually here, that you traveled back to Mitros.
Okay.
And then you come out of a cake. I don't know why, I've had this idea of like hiding in a cake and then jumping out of it. Well, listen, I do like the idea, but I think this is the wrong time to bring it up. I know, but it sounds so fun, right? Bad timing.
I just feel like the structure of the cake just would be.
Oh, it would be all wood. It would just be painted to look like cake. And then maybe put some cake on top of it.
That's so disappointing.
I know,
I
but
would
it's
rather
like
have cake.
at first I wanted to have a lot of cake, but I was like, maybe right now is not a good time for it. It's kind
Have
of
you been
wasteful.
craving cake lately?
I
Have you been having
have,
craving?
yes,
Hmm.
and pickles.
Okay. Okay. We'll
Have
come
you
back
had
to
those
that.
too? Right? It is just like sometimes just like a chocolate cake, and then maybe like to round it off after that, you would just want to have a pickle, and then, but now I'm feeling a little sick. Okay, maybe that doesn't sound like a good idea.
You know,
Oh dear gods.
you're not supposed to ask people this, but I've never been one for tact. Are you pregnant?
And you asked it.
I
As
didn't say I
George
was
is
one
like,
for tact.
What? And he like drops down and just like, get off of me! No, stop! I don't know. Okay, maybe this is a little late, but there are things going on. It's been a really insane 48 hours. Okay. Oh God, am I pregnant? Oh, what a shitty
And that's
time.
lovely if you are, but we're trying to prevent an assassination at the moment. So
I know. That's what I'm
great.
saying. Listen, this.
You know, with death comes life and
wasn't
everything, but
trying
we'd
to
like
make
to
it
prevent
about-
the death. It's all right. It's all right.
I just feel like now I don't want to put you in the crossfire. I mean, Rodus, it's fine, but
What? Why is it okay? What's the crossfire? Is the fire you have to walk across? I've seen that performance.
you know what? I will spend the next hour explaining all of that to you while we follow a bird to Daphne. and Lyra.
That was a flawless segue. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Smooth.
We
Like
follow my mechanical bird as it leaves the room, totally uncomfortable with this
Like a criminal.
conversation, and
Undercover. Chef's kiss.
did you
No
rebuild her?
notes.
in this awkward conversation, I just rebuilt her while we were doing this. I was literally panic building and just said, "Here you go."
You were explaining to her motherhood, and you were
Yes.
like using your bird as like an
Yes.
example for that.
I was like,
yeah.
it's gonna take you 9 months, but look what I can do in 8 hours, and I just.
Okay. Daphne and Lyra, we'll switch towards you. As you guys get towards Vulcan's old workshop, you can see that a new bust of Hephaestus had been raised, and half of it lies shattered on the ground next to the temple.
A chill runs down my spine. I grab Daphne's shoulder. I think I just missed some important tea.
You also
I
see.
kind of have that feeling too.
You see that there's a small group of people who are all wearing kind of like red and gold robes, togas, and they all have their head shaved, but the men of them are wearing beards, and they seem to have painted what looks like a set of arms over their left shoulder, or like left and right shoulder, and you can kind of like barely see that kind of poking through. as they're kind of like arguing with each other, like, no, I don't think that we should just go in there and try to, like this halfling woman is just like saying, trying to just tell Vulcan what to do. He is a god. You saw him. You see this half-orc. He didn't really act like a god. Why, you blasphemy. As they see you two come up. The Light of Thylea, they're going to solve all of our problems. Please, we have a quest. Go in there, tell Vulcan to finally open the gates and give us our god back.
What?
I will see what I can do.
Well, isn't that what you do? You're heroes, the halfling woman says. We give you a quest, and then you go and you do it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Just
How much
right
are
in
you
there.
paying?
You just have to go
How
right
mu-
into
how
that
much-
door right there.
How much gold?
I have... $10 gold pieces.
10 gold pieces to bring back a god.
Well, just to open the door.
Oh, you got.
Oh, so we open
You're
the door.
not
We can
going
talk
in
to
there.
Vulcan.
You're not. You'll die if you go.
And you
in
hear
there.
the half-orc kind of chuckle. There's like multiple other acolytes, but he's just like, you really need to know how to talk to people better. What? No, I am really good at talking to them. They're heroes, they're famous, they do everything that people ask them to do. That's what heroes do, right? And he kind of looks over towards you. Hello, my name is Karios. Well met.
Nice to meet you, Karios.
I am the head acolyte of Hephaestus' church. And
So we know each other, right?
You have seen him around, but you were like so into like crafting that you kind of like mostly ignored him. Roll me a D100 to see what you know about him.
51. That's a solid.
He was a former cleric of Vulcan's. And then Vulcan disappeared. And he maintained this shop for a while. And then when Hephaestus came around, and you were there, he kind of took over things.
Right. I just want to say thanks again for keeping an eye on the shop. Always appreciated.
Of course. Daughter of the Flame.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What?
Oh, she's the daughter of Vulcan's Flame. She's holy.
Yeah, it's something. Yeah.
She has
I had
god
to get
blood
used
in her veins.
Yeah. No, I got it.
She's divinity
It's-
incarnate.
Well, she's part dragon.
I mean, I don't know what her other part is, but there's certainly a god in her.
Anyways, we were already going in there, so if you guys just want to wait out here. And also, you don't have to give
it
us
was
10
so
gold.
easy. They didn't even want gold in the end. See, I didn't have to oath anything.
Right? And you shouldn't.
That's what I
Oaths
always
are a
say.
last resort. If you have
Exactly.
too many, it
Way
gets
too binding.
messy.
I don't like that kind of stuff. You know, this is how I like to just kind of float around things, you know, kind of mess around, and then it probably won't work. I actually, and she pulls out this parchment. It's like, I have a list of the people that I'm dating right now. And it's like, so this person fucked around a little bit, and then they found out, but then this person right here, oh, I like her a lot. She's really, really great. But she keeps talking about making art, and it's so boring. But then this one, whew, the arms on her, amazing.
Have you considered dating all of them?
I am. That's what this list is
Oh.
about.
Oh, I thought you were trying to decide. No, that's great.
Oh, no. This is just to keep track of things, you know, because, like, I've learned I like to really be free, but then it's so hard to... There's 7 people on this list. It's so hard to try to keep track of all of them. Whew. I've never shared this with
conversations-
anyone. And he's just like, could you...
This conversation is so awkward. Daphne's already like going to the door. Like,
Oh,
all
God.
right.
Oh, God. Where'd Daphne go?
As you try the door, you hear the unmistakable rattle of chains on the other end. And as you kind of move it there, you just hear Vulcan's voice from inside. Go away!
Shut up.
Really?
As you guys get to the door, there's just a pause. You hear poof, 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 dwarven boots.
get like the people to stand back.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know, like,
Just-
like,
Make some room. Make some room.
Excuse
Lovely.
me,
not the-
Vulcan says.
Hi. We're back.
the door.
You're back.
What did you say it was you? You hear a bunch of like locks unlocking on the other side as chains are kind of like pushing aside, and then the doors go open as all the acolytes like, "Oh, hi, thank you so much, praise me!" As he's just like, "You get the fuck away!" And he like takes a hammer, just throws it like barely by his own, just like explodes the rest of the statue of Hephaestus as it collapses down, and they're like, "Oh," kind of like ducking. It's like, "You two come in, these stupid blasphemers! Come on, come in, come in, come in." See the gruff. He looks very rough. So not only is he just like, you know, the gray hair is just like crazed around him. You can see his one good eye is just kind of like wildly looking around, almost paranoid. There's like grime and grease in there as well. He clearly has worked upon the forge. You can see that the hair is kind of like singed in places as he pulls the gate kind of shut behind and starts doing these massive adamantine chase again. But Daphne, as you kind of watch that, you turn around, and in the middle of the long hall that is the workshop, you see Hephaestus. He is suspended in midair, his 6 arms pulled taut by adamantine chains attached to the building in different places. You can see that they're chained to one another, chained to his feet, and kind of wrapped around. His corpse just like limply hanging there.
Oh God.
I think I just like squeeze Daphne's shoulder.
You also see that Vulcan has worked on something. There seem to be a bunch of prototypes, discarded pieces of metal that have been bent and kind of thrown to the side. And you can see carved into them are draconic runes. Both of you guys can go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
Oh no.
Can I have advantage because I can speak Draconic?
No.
I forget I'm actually professional in Arcana. I never use it.
Comes in handy. Daphne. A cold chill first runs down your spine, immediately replaced by adrenaline rushing through your veins that just heats them like pipes. Because these seem to be enchanting runes of the kind designed to bind, to pull, to contain. You realize that Vulcan has been working on a weapon, an instrument, a tool that can extricate the divine spark from Hephaestus.
Oh no.
If and when he comes back.
Oh.
I am so glad that you're here. I need your help. And he kind of like bumps you in the shoulders like, come on, come on, come on. Let's go. I've been working on this. These new gods, huh? Interesting. Maybe if we can take the spark again, we can push it back, and then they can finally fucking kill the Titans this time. Yes. Now that we're finally unchained, unfettered, now I can tell you the truth. I can tell you the truth! Daphne. What?
I didn't know what was going on, but as soon as he just flat out said like he's trying to take the spark, I would put my other hand on Daphne's shoulder and just try and hold her there.
I'm gonna roll an insight check. Oh, you two are engaged or something. Oh, this is great news. I was always wondering who was going to end up with who.
Oh.
No.
Hey, Vulcan. Hey.
Hi.
I'm real glad you're back. It
Okay.
solves another one of our problems.
What?
I need you to kind of shut up and read the room a second. Read the room, tell me what you see.
Is this not the time that you slapped me? Do I need to punch you
Definitely
around
like-
again?
Daphne's
Well,
gonna like
I
shove
might not be
past
the one-
Vulcan and like goes up to Hephaestus and like.
Amazing, isn't it?
So there was a small moment that we didn't get to do, and that's fine. But Daphne originally handed him Hephaestus an old scarf of hers that she was planning to like turn into a cleaning rags, and she had like instead patched it back up to give to him. And so like she's desperately seeing if that's like in his pocket still. Or...
You don't have to rifle through his pockets. You can see that he is bounded around his wrist, reinforcing. And if anything, he's kind of like turned into like a little bit of a bracelet. With like a little adamantine clasp tying it together.
She's like shakily gonna like her hand's shaking so fucking hard. She's like gonna try to like just touch it, not yank it away or anything.
Just kind of like you know those playground things. There's like a spider web, and you have to kind of climb up.
Yeah, if it's too high up, she can't. But like she's just gonna try to reach for it, and then she's gonna look back down at Vulcan.
So the problem is, I haven't figured out how to draw this spark out yet, but I think I'm getting close. I think it also... I just want to get it figured out. What? What are you giving me that look? Are we not on the same page about this? Sidon is going to attack
my
Astoria.
boyfriend. Can we stop right there? Let you think on that.
Your
And
boyfriend?
Sidon's dead also, by the way, just to add that.
Yeah, Sidon's dead.
Just to tack that on the end. We killed Sidon.
Oh.
Also,
I mean,
you
we're
called
not,
him
like,
your boyfriend.
We're not
I'm sorry, it's not
officially
the time.
yet.
It's not the time. It's not the time.
We're not officially yet, but like I've been wanting to ask him. We've kind of been a thing. Yeah, hi. Welcome back.
Vulcan is just like, almost like in a daze, kind of walks over towards a stool and kind of just sits down. His dwarven arms kind of just hanging, like leaning on his knees as he's just leaning forward, shaking his head. Then he'll be back soon. That buys us time. And then, when we have the spark...
So the spark was harvested.
You are clearly not the god of intelligence or insight.
Lyra?
Make me a
Love
dex
you.
saving for Lyra. All right, you barely make it as he like takes just one of the bent pieces of prototypes and throws it as you kind of like, whoop, it explodes behind you. He's just
I'm
like,
level 17 now, bitch.
this is still my workshop. You will respect me.
Well, technically, when you died, it became my workshop. Yeah, I really haven't forgotten how you left me. But that's for another time. You don't have to worry about Sidon. His soul has been harvested. Who ended up getting it?
How did they do it? What did they use?
I gave it to the Fates.
Right.
You did what? And he gets up.
Yeah.
And you can see his skin turns golden.
Here comes the flick. Here
Stupid,
comes the flick.
idiotic creature! And he gets bigger as his form shifts and becomes large. And you can see him tower over you. By far the largest dragon that you have seen. Larger even than Helios, filling out the entire workshop. And he just kind of grabs you. And just like with your head sticking out underneath the claw, like between the claws, under the palm, pins you to the ground. Why did you do that?
Well,
So calm.
I know, I almost want her to make a wisdom saving throw so Tyler doesn't get away with acting like a superhero.
okay.
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, wow, I rolled bad.
You decide what that means.
I mean, it's not like she's unafraid, but I feel like that's still how she acts even
Like-
when she is afraid.
I will give you that your adrenal glands have probably been so drained of any kind of hormone over the last 48 hours that it's like, oh yeah, there's that, cool. It's like
But-
you're a drained World War II soldier in the trenches.
You know the people that like when they're scared they laugh, like they just can't not laugh when they're scared. That's like how she is, but
She
it's
or
like,
Tyler?
Well, both. I am that way, but hers
do
is
that
not
too.
like hers is not like when she's scared she laughs. Hers is when she's scared she just has to be like blasé about everything.
Mhm.
Like she has to make everything a joke.
As the dragon has you pinned down,
You lackey. Don't you understand that they're just playing you, you damned fool?
Daphne, I
Vulcan.
can't move my arms.
I know. Vulcan.
What?
Really?
and the serpentine head swivels around, and you see the massive eye just staring at you.
We have done what we've had to do with you being gone, with Valos being gone.
My girl.
There weren't a lot of options. And quite frankly, at least in this one, Sidon is dead. That's one less thing to worry about.
And you see a sadness overcome the draconic face, towering, bombastic within this tiny workshop.
Malice is back, by the way.
What?
And
And
this like looks at you.
Jeez, okay.
and Pitor and Kyra.
Bless Palatine.
And he lets go as the draconic form shrinks down back into the form of the one-eyed dwarf. And he's just on the ground. And he grasps himself and just rocks back and forth. Their life, you saw them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, they helped us rescue Kira, Valos, and Pitor. So, Pitor is here currently at the palace. And Valos
and
and-
are on their way.
yeah.
From where?
The
The
necropolis.
necropolis.
What? Alright.
Yeah.
Just what happened? As he gets himself back up, pulls up the stool for you, Daphne, to sit down. Looks at you, Lyra, pulls up a stool for himself and sits down next to Daphne.
Daphne's going to let Lyra sit on the stool, and she'll stand.
And he rolls his
I
one eye.
do.
I mean,
And I flip it around and I sit in it backwards.
He kicks it over. No, I'm just kidding.
oh my god, the pettiness here, children.
Hello, can we go?
What exactly do you want to know? Do you want to know when you left? Or do you want to
Listen,
know...
I know that
think
you're
that's more important to
stuck
you?
on that. My
Right,
children
sorry, my apologies.
were taken.
It's
And I was going to do everything I could to get them back. You are formidable, you're strong, you're smart, you knew what you were doing. You had the light to take care of. I had my children to take care of. Are you saying I abandoned you? Is that what this is about?
It's fine. Never mind. So, after you had left, things got kind of quiet. Rhodus is married now. Him and Karuna. Yeah. Let's see. Honora is dead.
Oh.
Yeah, Moxena's working with. I'm not really
Medusa
sure on all
from-
that.
Famous?
Yeah. So working with Kentamane.
Trying to bring him
What?
back.
What do you mean,
Yeah,
working
yeah.
with Kentamanti? That makes no sense. Kentamanti is not there. He's, I don't know, sleeping or something.
Right.
Well, he's not.
She's trying to wake him up.
Yeah, and she's can call hands. It's a lot. So Honora was turned into Medusa, and
Subsequently killed by someone.
Yep. And then we went on our whole quest to finally kill Sidon, which meant traveling to an underwater city. And then
Right,
that's
you
where
found
we
it, and he turns to
sent
the
it
sea
to-
layer.
yeah.
City of the Sirens.
You did it.
We found it. Yeah.
Did you find the artifacts?
the Promethean fire.
Yes. The ambrosia,
I mean-
the Promethean fire, the caduceus.
Not
Ooh, one
not
of them.
the fire.
Bless you.
Two
He
of
kind of
them.
shouts
Not
out to
the
one of the
ambrosia.
acolytes, sneezing really hard outside the door.
Not the ambrosia.
Well, we know where it's at.
But yeah.
Where is it?
Well, we found the Promethean fire,
Where is it?
and Moxena is going after the
Where is it?
caduceus.
And he gets up as the stool flies backwards, and he just grabs you by the front of your armor or clothing, Lyra, and kind of like,
Where is it?
and you can see
Armor?
insanity in his eye.
Where is it? Where?
The other gods have it. The other gods have it. On their mountain
He lets go.
thing where
And
the
then-
Colosseum was.
He looks up towards Hephaestus.
Maybe if we can't get the spark from him, we can maybe
well-
bargain.
We're not going to use Daphne's boyfriend as a trading tool.
What do you mean, boyfriend? How did this happen? You're dating a Geigen?
Yeah. Kinda. It's complicated. We've only known each other for 3 weeks. Anyways.
You
cannot fall in love
with someone in 3 weeks. There's simply not enough time.
That's the dragon. I don't have nearly as much time as you do.
Small races. Oh, they make no sense.
There it is. Alrighty. Anyways. So, found out there were gods. Gesture to Hephaestus. Found out, yeah, the Promethean fire is a sphere and wielded by some winged jerk? I don't...
Like another dragon.
It's like a glaive. Right?
You know.
I know
Wait.
that part is not important. I
technically
just
glaive.
want to. I can't remember.
A
Yeah.
winged jerk. Did Helios have it?
No.
No,
Nope.
no.
Not Helios, though we did
No.
run into him later on.
We did meet him.
And you killed him.
No.
Nope. Him and Phallus actually had a really great talk.
He did always want to court her.
Gross.
There's so much we have to fill you in on, honestly, and I don't think you're in a good mental state for all of it.
Excuse me. What? We don't have time for waiting for mental states to be pristine and perfect and what they are or are not. We need to...
Yeah, but we can't afford for you to fly off the handle. We already have to deal with that with Petor. We don't
I was gonna
exactly
say
need
that.
you to add fuel to the fire when we are literally trying to put out fires. Literally in Mitros right now. Glare at me all you want. You know I speak the truth.
So, let me ask you this then, Daphne. Blood of my blood. You would put this Geigen
Hephaestus.
before us, before your blood, before your city, out of desire, lust,
He protected this city.
because he wanted them to worship him. They're nothing
Is
but
that...
little creatures scurrying about for him. Just like
And
the
is this what
Titans
you're upset
were.
about?
I,
Wait, are you actually upset that people aren't worshipping you anymore, even though you aren't
it
a
has
god?
nothing to do with this. He is the product of more Thylean magic. We have seen the madness that it causes in the Titans. How do you think this will be different? How do you think they will be different? I don't care to be worshipped. I never did. Why do you think I stayed in my workshop all this time? It was my son who wanted to parade around. It was my daughter who tried to play queen of the entire continent. Only Kyra and I understood that there was a limit to this, and neither of us wanted to play gods. It is not about worship for me, excuse you. It is about trying to protect the people of this land from more oppression.
Hephaestus literally became a god for that reason.
Did he? Because I saw the statue outside. Why didn't he protect him without needing to get the accolades? Yeah, write that down on your parchment over there.
Crosses his thick dwarven arms.
I've known Hephaestus much longer than I have. Much longer than I have Peter. Really?
Yes, it feels good.
Grow up. I'm telling you that. Anyways.
He called you old.
She
Lyra.
called me young, technically.
We all knew what she meant.
No, you made this about ageism.
Get Hephaestus out of these chains before I kill you both.
She'll do it too.
His arms unlock and he kind of just looks at you.
I can't trust you right now.
Can't trust
I don't
me.
recognize who you are at this moment.
I am your
recognize
grandfather.
that they're... Love that you're bringing that up now. Yes.
You're no longer a child. I was not going to stay behind and nurse you and tuck you in every night. You're upset about that? Are you upset because of your daddy issues with Peter and you're trying to project that onto me? Talk to him. Talk to your drunkard of a father. I was here. I taught you. And when I heard that my children were gone, I went to protect them. I will not accept your guilt laid upon my doorstep for this. You want your precious boyfriend and throw away your opportunity to be able to negotiate with these so-called new gods. Fine, have him.
I'm not
He just
throwing
gets
anybody...
and he like walks over towards the chains and starts undoing them as the arms kind of like start flipping in.
I know what it's like to be thrown away from family. That's not what I'm doing. I just believe that there is a better way to figure all this out. And if I'm being brutally honest, there are other gods we can do this to.
That is true. We're not really on the same page with all of them.
You sure you're not dating at least 3 of them, Lyra? I've heard about your proclivities.
You heard about that, but you didn't... Never mind.
Look,
Never
I didn't want to say anything because you
Never
were
mind.
already mad, but
Never
if
mind.
we're being technical, that we saved your children. Us.
And you were warned how dangerous that would be. And instead of staying and helping us, and I understand, as much as I can, of your responsibilities to your children and your love for your children. But that was a pretty hasty, idiotic thing to do, because you just ended up dead.
I ended up imprisoned, since we're technical.
Prisoned, sorry. Right.
He undoes the last latch. Just Hephaestus' body, his corpse, just collapses down upon the ground.
Where's my son?
In the palace. Vals and Kira will be here soon. They're flying over. I'm sure you'll meet them probably at the Dragon Temple. That's where they're... The necropolis isn't safe anymore, so they're moving Balmitra's body. And we have her
Someone
skull.
finally destroyed Demon, huh?
I don't know
Cantankerous
about
old
destroyed.
bastard.
We're still trying to figure that part out.
He'll be back. Fine, it is your workshop. You have the smart idea, and you do everything right, huh?
I never
Good
said
luck.
that.
carrying the entire world on your shoulders, then don't ask me for help.
And he just walks out, kicks open the door, and the acolytes, like, afterwards kind of, like, watch him walk out and then kind of rush in, like, oh no, oh, Hephaestus! And they all kind of drop to their knees and, like, oh. They're kind of, like, a lot of them, like, you see the half-orc kind of, like, walks up next to you, is like,
well, he shall be back, like the other gods. You are impressive, young demigod. I could hear some of the shouting from outside. I was not listening in, I promise. But a mortal standing up to a god. That is why you're a hero. Both of you.
She's technically a demigod.
That's why I called her a demigod, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If we could stop about the demigod thing, everybody knows at this point.
what? You're a demi?
I'm going to kill.
Just 1,000 yards stare. No, you guys wouldn't know. Never mind.
What?
Could we
Like,
please?
how long this would take?
Well, with the other
Or, like, if we
gods,
have a
with-
way to help.
Most recently with Kyra, it took about a 10-day before she came back. But our belief in them will furnish this. And now with Vulcan, thankfully, moving out, we can turn this back into a place of worship for the Fire King.
Well, we need some space, so if you guys want to go do literally anything else.
But this is our place of abode.
Literally anything else.
Can we work on getting the statue fixed?
He
Can
puts
I
up a
just
hand.
please have a moment?
Yeah, understood.
Thank you.
We've already been speaking with Mason, though. Right now, the repair of the walls is more important. Anyways,
Arguably.
I will leave you two. You three.
He does walk over and kind of puts a hand on Hephaestus' thigh, kind of closes his eyes, says a small prayer, and then very forcibly kind of like removes the other ones, the other acolytes.
Especially that damn halfling. I'm gonna kill this halfling.
I know you looked at me that
I'm
one
going
time
to
like
punch
those
the
big
halfling.
strong arms just around
Got
you.
a
Fire daddy! And she's kind of like pulled away.
Did she just?
She did. It's just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Hephaestus!
Be honest, Lyra, I'm really not good crying in front of people.
Ooh. I turn around.
Privacy.
All of a sudden, this like broom comes out of nowhere. They're there. Sorrows, prayers.
I turn around. I earmuff.
If you could, I appreciate you trying to get everybody out of here. If you could just maybe, because this is a workshop, right? So this was also kind of like Vulcan's house in a way. Yeah. Could you go and maybe get us some water or something?
Yeah. Got it.
That's great.
I
Really
walk
make sure
into
to
a different room of the forge. I cast invisibility on myself. I walk back into the room.
Make me a fucking stealth roll, you fuck. I mean, you have to beat a whopping 15.
Yeah.
Voyeuristic, man. That's weird.
I don't want to leave Daphne alone.
Oh no.
I got a nat 20.
Oh, God.
Yep.
All right, so Lyra, you go around as you kind of whisper the incantation, becoming invisible, and you walk back around. And what is it that Lyra sees, Daphne?
Mark that off real quick.
I think Daphne kind of waits a bit.
I think I accidentally cast it on Daphne.
Daphne, you wait a little bit, and then suddenly you hear an incantation, and you turn invisible. I can't see you cry now.
That's what I should have done. I should have turned you invisible.
Oh god! All right. Wait, who's pretty invisible? So Lyra's invisible.
I am.
Cool. Yeah, Daphne just stands there looking at his corpse, waiting to not hear Lyra's footsteps anymore. And she just collapses. Just dead weight. And she holds on to the hand that's has the bracelet wrapped around, and she just it's sobs. It is ripping out of her body kind of sobs. And I think technically one of her Oathbreaker things might happen, David. Because she's still not aware of any of this. She's just devastated. She's a crying, ugly mess.
As the despair shoots through you, not even a promise in your mind, in your heart, that Hephaestus will return, because he didn't have centuries to establish his worship, his temple. What if he doesn't come back? What if he is dead now? He cannot be resurrected, because that was the condition even with the Five, even with Sidon, even with the Titans, to have a place where they can return. What if he is dead? And Lyra, you watch as Daphne suddenly is just seems to have a shadow hang over her. It's like the workshop itself has these hanging braziers, kind of lamps, essentially kind of little burning fields, kind of giving a beautiful warm light throughout. But she becomes darkness, as it seems to almost just shed over her. She holds that scarf, the beautiful red shining against the dark black, dull metal of the adamantine. As you're holding that and crying, Lyra, Daphne doesn't notice this, as she's just sobbing, these deep, heavy, heaving sobs. But the darkness of her hands stretches, spiders into the fabric, and the red dye within the cotton slowly becomes darker. First the color of blood, then the color of a darkening sky, and then the color of midnight. Daphne, as you sit there crying, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy, this is great. We are so good at these, guys.
I'm gonna get myself hurt standing in here with you.
Solid 11.
And suddenly you're not holding Hephaestus's hand, but your mother's.
Oh.
As she's grabbed from behind, her hair pulled back, the flash of a chakram comes across. As she's kind of reaching towards you, Daphne, and you see the chakram just cut as her blood sprays out towards you. Her head is just dropped, severed, as the rest of the body collapses down. Lyra, you watch as the darkness starts to now emanate off of her. It's like a source of light, except it's all negative, starting to reach out, tendrils kind of snaking outward as you're like, what the fuck, kind of backing up from it. And the heaving sobs just continue getting harsher and harder and harder as it's like just like the 10-15 feet around her are just like writhing mass of darkness and despair reaching towards it. The lights themselves start to flicker out. Lara, what do you do, if anything?
I don't want her to know that I'm in here because I don't want to escalate the situation. So I'm gonna use our rings to message her.
And as you try, I need you to make me a charisma check. As you can feel resistance, a darkness that does not allow you to reach out to aid your friend.
17.
And you, Daphne, and you just suddenly are just hit by a wall of darkness. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw too, actually.
Me? Okay, 24.
And you see the shadows in your mind suddenly, like it's like Daphne disappears and there's just a shadowy wall where she's standing, a familiar cliffside. As it comes cascading there, you're like, no, and you kind of close your own eyes trying to like shake off, and the shadow just kind of puffs away from you. But as you try to push through, nothing. You try to speak with her, but there's now just a swirling tornado of shadow and despair with Daphne at its center.
Oh no.
Hen?
Well, I'm just like, if Daphne kills me, how bad will that make the situation? I just say, fuck it, and I drop the invisibility, and I just run and try and just embrace Daphne.
As you do, you run over. Go ahead and make me a charisma saving throw. You step into that tornado of shadow, and the sobbing of Daphne is the only thing you can hear. Everything else becomes muted. Even your own steps, the sandals against the ground, muffled, gone. All color has bled away. It is a black and white world that you suddenly step into, with Daphne upon her knees, sobbing, grabbing at the hands. And terrifyingly, you can see the darkness seems to have spread from her chest, from her heart, and is starting to connect, reaching towards the Geigen's corpse. As
the shadow is?
Mm-hmm. As you kind of step forward, you try to scream, Daphne, and it's just your mouth is moving, but there's no sound. As you step forward, you can feel every moment of darkness. Every moment that you wanted to jump off that cliff and follow your brother.
God, this is not going to be good for me.
Every moment that you couldn't fly because that memory haunted you. Every time that you thought that everyone was doomed. The moment that you were turned to stone and thought this was it for you, for your friends, for this world. And before you know, you're standing next to Daphne and you put your hand on her shoulder and you squeeze like you've done so many times now. And Daphne, the world collapsed. An infinite abyss has opened up before you. Like the waterfalls of the Nether Sea, everything is cascading down. You see buildings rushing down as you're standing on a platform, a little plateau that is just overlooking this infinite cascading abyss before you. As you stand there, you feel the pull of it urging you to step, to relieve, to finally find a way out of not having to face yet one more disappointment and fight of having to explain to people why they should care. And you see buildings and see that dragon rush by and flow down. You see your mother. You see Pitor, Vulcan, Valis, Argenti, as they all cascade over the edge and fall into the abyss. Your body leans forward ever so slightly, and as suddenly a hand grabs you from behind, and you look over the shoulder and you can see it's almost like it just teleported out of shadow, like there's just a planar gate as a hand grasps you, and you can recognize the hand for who it belongs to, Lyra. And as Lyra grabs a second hand through, and you can see it open up more, and you can see tears streaking down Lyra's face. Lyra, what do you see as you look upon Daphne, whose eyes are pitch black, shadow trailing upwards from them?
I'm trying to think of what I could say that would snap her out of it. So,
snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh.
Okay, we're gonna pull old school Lyra, and I'm gonna hope that it works. So I was not supposed to be in the room. Now I'm suddenly in the room. I've grabbed her shoulders. She's looking at me, and I just look at her and I say, "Okay, so don't freak out. But I didn't leave."
And Daphne, against everything, the darkness, the oppressiveness, the futility of existence, you smile at this little fucker who wouldn't even just let you have a moment, and that stupid gesture of love. As you smile, suddenly the shadow just shoots away. The tendril that had reached towards the corpse of the Fire King dissipates. And your eyes slowly turn back normal, Daphne. Meanwhile, however, you see that there are streaks of black down her cheeks. It is as if...
Me?
No, Daphne. It is as if she had heavy makeup on. Mascara that was not water resistant. And she had a real bad makeup where somebody said, "You have done your service," or I forget what it was.
I don't need you anymore.
And that there's just like these stains of her tears running down her cheeks. Black, thick lines marred upon her otherwise relatively pale skin. There seems to be a lack of the glow that you have come to appreciate and know about Daphne.
I know it's not the best time. We really should probably talk about this.
And when you see this, what exactly? All of it? Because I've tried. I'm not very good at talking.
Because Lyra's still trying to keep her with her. I will alter self and turn myself into the vision of Daphne that is in front of me right now. We should talk about this.
Why?
This is you right now.
No. I don't have makeup on.
Can I try and smudge it off of her cheek?
As you try, nothing moves.
It's not makeup.
What do you mean?
Like it's not. coming
Right.
off of your face.
Lyra, this is a really actually great distraction. Thank you. I did need to stop crying.
I look around the forge for literally anything like metallic.
Yeah, there's a reflective surface there that you can easily use for it. Maybe like
I
a larger.
hold whatever it is up to Daphne's face.
As she kind of like very laboriously holds up this great sword.
Yeah, it takes me a minute. I'm like, hold on.
And she holds it up. You see the reflection in there. You see yourself pale and tired. And there are your tears streaked across your cheeks. But in a way, nothing has ever felt so right in your life. Indeed, that is you. The true you. Not the you have to pretend. Not even being allowed to have a moment to cry. And the reflection begins to move separately from your movement. As that Daphne looks at you.
Oh, fuck. My bad.
Stop trying to please her. Them all. None of them truly appreciate you. You're just a strong arm. Someone who makes their weapons. Someone who kills dragons for them. How long did it take them to allow you to see your love? Who is dead? Maybe Vulcan did something to prevent him from coming back. And it is their fault. Brisa could have been smarter about her children. She chose that. She always preferred her dragon anyway. Darian didn't go back to get her island. And now she plays victim.
I don't like Dark Daphne.
Do you see? None of them truly love you, Daphne. No one does. And it's okay.
Look back over at Festus.
And as you look back over... Oh, sorry, look back towards her or Lyra?
Hephaestus.
Hephaestus. As you look back over, the reflection kind of becomes you again.
We just had a moment.
Lyra. I'm really tired of being a failure. You guys talk about how we finished off Sidon, but I just kept dying. You know? I'm useless. There's not a lot I've done right in my life. And the only actual family I have, would not give a shit about me. My mother, sure, but she's far happier now that she doesn't have to worry about me. Thank you for coming here today, for joining me. I think I need to be alone. I think you're gonna be way more productive back at the palace. I'll get the forge back up and running, and if Hephaestus returns, we'll think of something. Please just go. Please just go be useful. I'm not useful right now. Please. I've wasted enough of your time. And I have a feeling there is a lot of gossip being spilled back at the palace. Please go.
Lyra will oh god.
I swear. Lyra. Go.
I will just lean in and hug Daphne.
Like, she's deaf. Just.
And just real quiet. I'm gonna go. But I need you to know that literally everything that you just said is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life. And I need you to know that. And I love you. And most of us would probably be dead if you weren't with us. And I don't think you've ever failed at a single thing in your entire life. And you'll realize that, and you'll figure it out. And I've been there. But I'm gonna go. And then I'll just let go of Daphne and walk out of the room.
You walk towards the entry gate. The lock's now discarded, the adamantine chains cast to the side. You push it open. You see up on the hill, Vulcan clearly has run into the rest of the group, and an incredible amount of talking about what happened and going into details and having to repeat themselves 7 times has led to them talking for a long time. And as you close the door behind you, make me a perception check, Lyra.
Okay. Okay, 16.
For a split second, as you close the door, you swear you see what at first you think is a shadow, but it doesn't make sense because it's standing behind, upright behind Daphne. You see another Daphne. Perfectly made out of shadow, with a hand on Daphne's shoulder. And the door closes. Later that same day, we are in Mitros. Hours have passed. The sun has long since set, as the repair efforts are ongoing and continuing. You find it extremely difficult to fall asleep, Brissa, but a sleeping drought was brought to you. They reduced your hit point to 1, and then they cast sleep on you. No.
They just punch you really hard until you pass out.
They give you a sleeping drought to aid you along. And so you fall asleep. In your dream, do you attempt to resist the magical influence of Noxena reaching out to you?
Brissa will allow it in.
You find yourself within your own throne room, Brissa, sitting upon the beautiful gold-made seat of a queen. The long hallway, usually filled with petitioners, is sprawling before you. There are usually dozens of guards here, but it's all gone. Just a beautiful marble frescoes depicting the wonderful deeds of the kings and queens of Mitros, of the Dragonlords and the five, the gods, fighting against the Titans. And then a woman turns around. You see the snake hairs poking out underneath a golden crown, elements of them seemingly floating in mid-air. As she walks forward, those pieces move with her. You see that she has black paint kind of streaking across, almost like permanent tattoos, and a very regal robe as she steps forward. It's almost like the robe turns into a breastplate of what seems like interwoven pieces of mithril and adamantine. You can see that each one of the weaving pieces is another snake head interweaving on top of each other, like a writhing mass of them. Her golden green eyes consider you as she steps forward. Queen Brissa. And she does a deep bow before you. Coming back up. Thank you
So we'll bow back.
for making the time to meet. I will cut to the chase, as we used to say in the underbelly of Mitros. I expected you all to die. You did not. And therefore my plan is in shambles. You have me on the back foot. And I have to ask for forgiveness. I understand that you likely are not able to give that to me anytime soon. And I respect that. Just know that the damage that was done to your city was mostly not by my hand. I came for 3 things and left with 4. One of these things does not belong to me. And after what my sisters and I did to Darien, I must say I have lost my appetite in keeping young girls separated from their mothers. I would like to effect an exchange. I want you to have your daughter back. I think you can probably see, as she's kind of like starting to pace kind of around the throne, how this might be somewhat difficult for me. For the second that your daughter is safely within your hands again, you will likely seek out to kill me. Who am I kidding? You're seeking to kill me now. Rightfully so. It does not have to end this way. It does not have to be this way. My gripe has always been with the Titans and the 5. Never liked having to scooch around in the muck. I was once beautiful like you. She kind of like takes one of her snakes and pets it. And then I broke an oath that was enforced by the gods. And now I am a monster. I see a way forward where us, temporary mortals, can seize the future of Thylea together. You and me, Brissa. I need to know whether that is an option.
It will never be an option. Just give me my daughter back, and we can settle this between us.
I see.
Children should not be used as things of war.
You're right. They should not. But this is war, Brissa. This is not some book, some novel, some stage play where some big bad evil girl is going to hold back punches because it would be not right to do. This is for the future of my world and yours. I think you could do great things here. As one of the gods, the future gods, the rightful gods, the inheritors of divinity.
Together, we could make this land better. I thought you were going to be dead this day. But you bested a godling already. Let's fight together for this last final phase. A new age will come. An age we can usher in together, Brisa. Imagine for a second you had your daughter already. Is that not what you would want? To not cower before gods who have the capability of taking away your children, to turn you into their personal assassins? To slaughter villages because they pray to the wrong ones? To no longer have to wear black masks to hide yourself from the people that you butcher? Tell me that does not sound good.
It does not sound good anymore to me. I don't want any of that anymore.
Good.
I want my husband. I want my daughter. I want my son. And I want to leave this land. That is what I've decided.
You do. I'm sure you now know of the gate within the Tower of Praxis, yes? The one that leads to the other worlds.
I am aware of it.
I did not think that you would abandon our world so easily, but I can see how so much bloodshed and loss can break any woman's spirit. I respect this. What if we make an exchange after all? But not for the world, something that means infinitely more to you. Bring me the Promethean fire. I will give you your child. You leave unassaulted. You take whatever it is that you want except for the divine artifacts. What say you, Brisa?
I say no. But my counter exchange is you bring me my husband, his dragon, and my daughter, and I will leave. And I will not fight you. And then you don't have to worry about me. And if you do not, and you do harm my daughter, I will pull every single snake off of your head, one by one, and then pluck out your eyeballs.
Yeah.
I will leave you with that choice.
You're still so deep within your hurt. I knew it was too soon to approach you. Maybe that hurt will never go away. I respect that, truly. As a showing of my respect towards you, of good faith, I will give you a 10-day to reconsider. I will have your husband's body returned to Mitros for you, so that you may bring him back from the dead. Though it seems that this ghost lord of the new 8 gods, so hard to keep track of them these days, is doing something in the Nether Sea that I think you would find extremely interesting. If anything, it was fortuitous that we were there to capture his soul before it was sucked down. Be that as it may, the receptacle of his soul and his corpse will be with you by the morrow. Take 10 days, Brisa. Consider what I'm offering here. A better life unfettered from the things that you clearly do not care about anymore. I just
But
want
you can
peace.
consider
for
my
you.
offer, and I will not kill you. I will not accept your offer unless you bring my daughter to the tower and my husband, and then I will leave. And then you don't have to worry about me hunting you down.
The divine artifact, Brisa. Think
So
about it.
pinch yourself. See if you can like wake up. I don't know. Like, oh.
As you try to pinch yourself, nothing happens. And she goes, I will release you momentarily. I will not hold you against your will here. It does not have to end this way. But don't forget, you have things to lose still. A daughter, a son, and a dragon. Because when we're talking about threats, I am just as good at pulling fingers and scales off of corpses. Queen Brisa.
We have killed a god and you have not. So
I don't need a god when I have your daughter. They're so much weaker, it turns out. As the dream disappears. You wake up, Brisa, drenched in a sweat. What's going through your head? What's going through your heart? As you sit within this beautiful palatial room, your son's snoring away at a double white bed that they pulled in, kind of like put a couple beds together. And he's like, trying to get comfortable with all the arms he has.
I think Bristol will just, go out from underneath him because he's obviously much larger and into another room and just she'll just start like beating her fist against a rock and until they're like bloody and she can't do it anymore. Just beating away. She'll be crying the entire time. And
whack. Whack.
She just feels defeated.
Whack. As the anger rushes through you. The camera zooms away from Brisa, hitting her knuckles against the wall. It is later that evening in Astoria, as all of you have come up with a plan. Listen, you guys are level 17 characters. You have someone who rolls 34s in a fucking investigation check. Whatever trap you would have come up with in a 5-hour discussion, Zoom-like meeting, goes off fairly without a hitch. Elena, why don't you roll me a D100 just to see how well it went?
Don't like this.
In the attempt, a couple of the Amazons were able to escape, but overall you were able to capture, debilitate, or kill a majority of them. All in all, there were 12 trained Amazons that were sent against you. Dipped with poisoned daggers, they had slipped into the bedroom, expecting Rhodus and Corinna to be fast asleep. It turned out some of the guards that they had trusted the most were actually on their side. And you were able to send them out just in time. As you were able to turn the assassination attempt against Rhodus aside, getting there in time. As you're sitting there within the fest hall at the Temple of Pitor, Pitor and Vulcan are kind of towards the end of the table, kind of grumbling and pouting. You see the massive sarcophagus of Belmitria has been placed in front of the statue of Rhodus. And Valis and Kyra are kind of laughing, getting absolutely drunk with one another, letting loose. And there's a little bit of that disconnect there as you guys are, well, most of you are there.
Did anyone not go to the feast after the assassination attempt?
Lyra isn't going?
I think after everything that just happened with Darian snapping at Pitor, Brissa leaving and going to Mitros instead, you having whatever the fuck just happened, she is immediately back at the whole conversation that she had with Pascal about how she's worried that everyone is too fucked up to be back together again, and she is not doing okay. And also, she touched you and got fucked up for a second. So... I think she's just spiraling into wondering if that's actually happening because she put it out into the universe.
I don't think Darian's getting drunk for a very long time, so
Two glasses she out, we know. That's okay.
yeah, she's like, if I have one glass, I'll take a nap, and that's just not good.
And you can't prove Pito right.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'd rather he just think I'm a prude, think I'm a lightweight. So, I would probably go look for Lyra or Daphne if they never came back. Like, if we did that whole trap and they just didn't show.
We weren't there.
And Vulcan's here. Like, I know that they went to go find Vulcan and he's just here. I would probably kind of gesture to Yanni and Argenti to be like, feel like there's something we should probably go check on. And I would probably just start heading towards where I think the temple is or wherever the workshop is. Oh shit. You know what? Maybe this will reset
to
you.
drink. You can be a lightweight somewhere else,
Peter says.
Yeah.
Chug.
And he kind of like lifts Yanni up as he's doing a kickstand. With like a magical spigot.
You know, this will reset him, I think. This will be the reset.
Yeah. That'll do it.
Yeah. And I'll just kind of look at Argenti and just kind of see if he wants to come or not like that. I'll just
No, that was Argenti looking back at you. And you look at me. He lifts like a teacup.
Do you want a third? I'm just kidding.
I saw you from across the bar.
I liked your vibe.
I really liked your vibe.
No.
Honestly, I think that the moment it started becoming a little bit of like a drinking party, Argenti probably would have like dabbed his face a little bit, took his napkin out of his lap, put it on the table, rolled his eyes, and got up, just like disgusted and embarrassed secondhand. Yeah.
So I guess with that, Darian, do you kind of just set out solo, maybe even? Do you bring Argenti along?
I guess if Argenti had, I'm assuming like it'd be one of those things where as things got rowdier, Darian would really take in the fact that they've never shown up. We haven't heard anything to our knowledge. So I think if Argenti got up and just kind of left, didn't seem nervous, didn't seem more like bothered by everything, if I'm interpreting it correctly, I think Darian would then just kind of set off on her own because she does want to talk to Daphne about something, and now she's like kind of worried about her friends, but also like she's maybe with her dead boyfriend, so she's like, I'll just go check on her. So I guess she'd go on her own if he went off somewhere else.
Yeah, I'd probably go to whatever the equivalent of like a room is to go focus on myself and my plans.
Uh-oh.
No. No.
How to take over the world.
Yeah. Like we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the
world.
All right. You walk down the steps to the lower district of Historia and towards the massive workshop of Vulcans. The door is closed as you step towards it. Daphne, did you block it?
Probably not going like so dramatic with the chains like Vulcan did, but yeah, she did shut it. She wants to be alone.
I think coming to the closed door, Darian will just put her hand on it and reach out with her mind. And she won't just address Daphne, she'd probably address Lyra too, to see if either one would respond.
This time the magic reaches out, and Daphne, you hear Darian's thoughts and yours.
Just wanted to know if you and Lyra are alright. It's been a few hours and
Oh no.
Vulcan's getting trashed up there with Peter, so...
Vulcan is not getting trashed, but Vitor absolutely is. Vulcan is just kind of pouting in the corner, yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
That
I'll
checks
say
out.
he's getting trashed. I'll just say he's getting trashed anyway. Say, just wanted to make sure you both are alright.
What the dragons do is up to them. Lyra left a while back. I thought she was going back to the palace. I would check up on her. Hephaestus is still dead. I want to work on some things in the forge and see if he returns.
Could I make an insight check to the tone of her voice?
Absolutely.
Alright. 13. I have no idea that she wants to be left alone.
You
I
also
just
have a
think
DN
she's working in the
inspiration.
forge.
If you prefer.
Oh, I'm so torn. Well, if she's working on things in the forge and I need her to upgrade my chakrams, then now's the perfect time to go talk to her. So
God.
Poor tack. Lead into it, sure.
Yeah. So,
Absolutely.
I say, oh, well, if you're working on something, then can I come in? I have a quick request for you.
I think like this whole time, like she has been like, there's this sound of working at the forge. Something has been like hammered away. And like the minute she asks of that, just stops. Of course. Let me get the doors and we'll see what I can do.
Wait for her to open the doors.
Clink, clank, clunk as the locks come undone and the adamantine chains are pulled aside. You walk in and you see the corpse of Hephaestus. Do you think Daphne would have done anything to like put him a little bit more on like awake, like a little bit less, I mean, more ceremonial than it was before?
Honestly, I don't even know.
Like she can't process it, so she just like ignores it, like steps
Like
around the
very
legs.
carefully moving him to the side so he doesn't get hurt or damaged. But I think she also like cannot process seeing the open wound still, and she's tried to heal him and she just can't for whatever reason, and so she just covers him with a blanket as like kindly as she can.
It covers like a left butt cheek. You step into that, Darian, and as you see,
You should have a big blanket.
It's at least both butt cheeks, all right?
the cake has been covered. The fondant is on. But you see over in the corner there is a large anvil, and upon it you see a very familiar glaive. One that Brissa used in the fight against Sidon not too long ago.
Is this? Do I see the goth makeup?
Yes.
Goth makeup.
The goth.
Oh
makeup.
god.
Oh my god.
I will take in the new look.
Leave.
Honestly,
Yeah. And look at the glaive on the anvil. I don't think I was there. I guess I want to make sure. Do I know anything about this glaive? I know during the fight with Sidon, Briss had a moment, but I was technically vanished during that fight.
yeah.
So I wouldn't have. Okay, I just
She
don't want to
knows of it.
assume that I know.
You
Yeah.
definitely know the creation story of it, I feel like, right, Daphne?
I mean,
May, did you tell anyone about that?
I told Brissa, and then if Brissa
Briss
blabbed,
wouldn't
that's
have
on
done
her.
Yeah, she wouldn't have. She'd be like, oh yeah, look. She put a demon in it. Like, it's cool.
She's put a
No big deal, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
I feel like if
It
Chris had
needs-
said that, we would have immediately been like, oh, what?
Briss wouldn't have hit
Yeah.
I've been like,
it. It's fine.
Chris has been hitting the wine cellar.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Yanni's like, oh, bye! Like, just getting thrown around by Pitor.
Oh my god.
Oh, you probably would have barfed at least once by now then.
That's what you call a
And then
rocket propulsion!
prestidigitationed it away. Duh.
Darian's going to, I think, not want to give away her alarm at seeing Daphne. But she's going to start walking towards where the glaive is and say, so, is this what you've been working on?
I think like Daphne will get in front at one point, try to stop her from getting too close. Yeah. It appears I didn't do a very good job, and I'd like to work on it. So,
You don't think you did a good job? What is there left to do to it? Why? It looks deadly
there are
to me.
spirits within that have yet to be broken and know their place. Is this what you wanted to talk about? Or is there something else?
I feel like you're the only one that can help me. When we were fighting Sidon, I thought I was ready. I thought I would be of help to you all. But my chakrams were a paper cut to him. And I think whoever we fight next, they need to be more. They need to be better. And I think with your skill, I think you could help me with that.
I can certainly try. I admit this might be better for Hephaestus, or if we can get Vulcan at the Forge and the Mithril Mine. But yeah, I'll see what I can do.
I'll step forward and I will take both her hands. So you just step away?
Yep. Yeah, step
Okay.
away and just... Darian,
Daphne.
thank you. Thank you for trusting me. I will certainly see what I can do. I've had a few ideas, honestly. last fight with the Amazons with Moxena's followers certainly gave me ideas. And we will figure something out.
Take a step back. Kind of look her up and down.
As you take a step back, you accidentally kind of bump into one of the wrists. And you kind of like step awkwardly on, almost kind of like stumbling over there. And you're like, and you look at Daphne, who closes her eyes. And then suddenly the entire building rumbles. And as it does, the fire from the forge behind her flares up. And it suddenly just, it's almost like a heartbeat. A fire. Again. And again. As the fire suddenly goes out of the hearth, or the forge flying upwards, arcing upwards, almost like a solar flare, and into the chest of the Fire King, of Hephaestus. His body suddenly flowing upwards. You see as the fire seems to insert itself into each one of the wounds, the lacerations, the parts of his body that were shorn away with the dramatic fight that he clearly fought against one of the Titans. And the entire room is cast into darkness as all the flame is consumed. And then his body begins to glow red hot. You watch as the wounds slowly stitch themselves back up. The body becoming whole again, slowly but surely. And ultimately, his body stops floating, sinking back down towards the ground. And the one eye opening back up as you see Hephaestus kind of grabbing around, kind of grabbing at this wounds, and then one of the hands kind of reaching where Daphne's, and you see his eyes looking up towards you, Daphne, or his eye.
Yeah.
As he's just like,
I'm sorry, I didn't say it when you left.
Okay. You're back. I'm back.
You're back.
and he just grabs you and pulls you in, and it's all 6 arms in a massive bear.
Best hug ever.
Make me a wisdom saving throw, Daphne.
Oh boy.
And Daphne's
God.
okay again. Yay.
Yes! All of these! 18 is best as it's gonna get.
That's pretty good.
Literally give you my DM inspiration just to see if you roll
Nope.
higher.
No,
That's what
I
I
don't
thought
have
you
a
would
single
say.
bonus. My the likelihood of rolling higher, especially with my luck.
For a second, you feel that icy cold, that paralyzing feeling around your heart creep in. And this thought momentarily crosses your mind of, but you're just going to lose him again. But as he just like, you suddenly feel something wet against your cheek and you realize that he has been crying as he's just like pulls you back. Says,
I forgot to say that. I forgot to say that I love you. Never, please. Never leave me again without saying it. If you feel that way too. I mean, I don't know if... I mean, maybe you don't... I didn't think about that. Oh, yeah, I mean, I thought... No, oh...
Like, try to gently, grab his face. I love you too.
Darian, you're just standing there as they're kind of saying that to each other.
Oh, I am legit whiplash because I definitely don't feel like I should be here. But I also feel like something's really fucked up with Daphne. But I'm like, you know what? He's got this. I'm gonna go find Lyra and don't do anything I wouldn't do. but you only live once or twice if you're gone. I don't know.
Elena /
Please
Darian
tell me
not
she's
to.
saying this out loud. Darian is just, all right, I'm gonna go do or don't do.
It's not this coherent. It's literally every 3 words. It's like I'm gonna. So yeah, Lyra. Be safe. Bye. Just,
Like,
and
yeah,
then
like
I can't. The doors are really heavy. Could one of you just? There's a window right here. I'll go.
no,
She jumps out the window.
I do.
kind of like
These doors are super heavy.
And
Daphne's
wait,
absolutely going to like hold that thought. Run over to Darian and like kind of very politely lead her to the door. I need at the very least a day where nobody bothers me.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I trust you to tell Lyra that? And I don't care what you have to say. I don't give a shit about what Vulcan has to say. And I don't care about Pitor at all. I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want anybody knocking on my door. For a day. And then, yes, absolutely, we will work on getting you better Titan killing weapons. Okay?
You know, it just doesn't seem like that big of a deal right now. But before I go,
And
and
you
I'm
see
on the other side of the door.
is kind of behind us. He's just like, Darian, I'm so proud of you. I need to see everyone else too, but... And he kind of gives you like a hug with 2 arms. And it's like, can we see you later? And he just like gently pushes you with a massive hand.
Yeah. 20. Then you want a whole day alone.
20
and he pushes the doors.
Okay, cool.
Damon, Lyra's not within range. I think Daphne is going to try with the rune at least once of just like, Lyra? Alright, I don't have to worry about this. Chuck the rune.
Yeah. Literally,
I do not want to be bothered.
speed walking back to the palace, but also throwing out random Lyra. And she's not Lyra, he's back. Lyra, Heavy's back. just keep saying it over and over to see if she gets a ping. And then when she gets to the palace, she's just gonna be like, Daphne's scary when she wants to get laid. She's really scared. That's it.
I mean,
been a while.
I feel bad because I feel like none of those would have gotten to me because I already
That's
know
fine.
where I'd be at right now.
That's fine. I was literally on the palace. If you weren't on the way, that sucks for you. Daphne will kill you when you go bother her.
Well, she's not going back there. She already went through what you just got a little bit extra.
I think I got the nicer version of it, to be honest.
You did get the nicer version.
Yeah. So yeah. I tell the group, nobody bother Daphne for... She said a day, but I really feel like maybe, like, not tomorrow at all. Like, don't talk to her at all tomorrow. Let her come to us. And that's that.
Argenti, you left the festivities. The raucous laughter is kind of echoing across the palace, and you don't know why, but you felt yourself drawn towards the building in the southeastern corner of the palatial plaza. A round, domed top, beautiful depictions of dragons curling around pillars, and the 5 gods looking down upon all those who enter. Braziers and oil lamps are lighting the interior, and as you step towards the place, this temple of the Dragonlords, you see the frescoes of the great deeds that the Dragonlords committed when they first arrived upon the shores of Thylea. You see dragons and their riders, You see dragons protecting against the onslaught of flood and famine, using themselves as shields and weapons against the tyranny of titans. And as you stand in the middle of this beautiful, massive, domed hall, that blip in history of your people that can live hundreds, no, thousands of years. How do you feel standing within the history of your people?
I think he'd probably actually like get into the very center of the room, and he would just like sit on the ground, like he would like sit on his knees, just get comfortable, and he would just look up, and he'd look at all the depictions of the dragons, and he'd look at them with like a little bit of awe, maybe a little bit of yearning, because he feels like, you know, something's lost. And right now, as he's looking up at all these depictions and these symbols, he feels really small, probably at first. He's like, yeah, like as he's just looking at everything, he probably feels really small. And then he wonders, like, why do I feel small? I don't want to feel small anymore. And I don't know, and he hasn't been large. That's such a weird choice of words. In a long time. Or really in any memory. I don't know, I think he's just... And I also think as he's like taking in all of the depictions of slaughter and just violence and chaos, he's also just thinking about order. And there's like he feels things are supposed to be orderly, kind of like he feels that innately, like he just feels like that's just part of him. And he just like sits there in like the quiet, and it's deafening. And I think he just, yeah, all that to say, I think he just feels really maybe like solemn and small. And
you hear a throat clear from down the hall in one of the little side hallways that lead to the rooms on the exterior of the building itself. And a familiar brown-haired figure with a little bit of a bob cut, elegant elven features approaches you. You see Aesop in his dragon priest regalia approach you. It really is you, my friend. And he steps over and he embraces you.
I'll give him a hug back.
The word has reached me. You've made it. This is amazing. You did it. You killed a god. Phenomenal.
Yeah. Suppose I did. With help, of course.
Do not discount your own role in it. There is something.
I also... Oh, sorry.
You go first.
Oh, I also did something completely unimaginable. With Lutheria, completely... They're Furies, not Valkyries. Hey,
good job! Yay!
Yay! Just completely wiped out all the Furies. The oaths are no more. People are free to make promises without fear that something awful is going to happen to them, and it's more genuine and we're not bound by fear, I guess. Feels like a better world.
It does. The shackles of the former world. Huh. And just to think, it was just 2 mere elves accomplishing these things. Argentia, at first you don't really think about it, but then you kind of like stop yourself and you look over and you see a mischievous grin on Aesop's face as he looks at you. My friend, I've done quite a bit of research into the 5 gods we worshipped for so long, and the dragons. The things that have reached me, the things that I've been told. I started connecting many of the dots. And I didn't remember you in any of the stories, Argenti. I didn't remember that you came and washed up upon the land, and I had made it a goal of mine to meet all elves. I remember your story, that you came here on a separate ship, washed up alone. But there were no accounts of you, of that ship. You seem to have just been spawned into the world. But then I saw a different story, one that took me years to hunt down. A story of a silver dragon, one of the youngest still remaining at the end of the First War. Of a dragon by the name of Glacius. And I was just wondering, silvery hair, icy magics. Have I been living with the dragon this entire time?
I'll take Aesop's hand. No more secrets. It wasn't my choice to be this way. Rather, it was my true form was taken from me by somebody I used to deeply, deeply resent. But now I feel as though I've been given another chance to have that back.
To have your draconic form back? And he squeezes your hand. You can see the excitement in his eyes as they go wide. He takes your other hand. You have heard what happened in Mitros to the dragons.
Unfortunately, yes.
Then you know that we need you to return, to spread the light in your silvery scales, to rise above once more. Maybe not to become a Dragonlord, but to become a Lord of a Dragon.
You know, I used to be a little worried about what it would be like. Would I even remember how to function? Would I remember how fly? How to speak?
How to let? Okay.
But
Nothing.
But I think I'm ready. And I think you're right. I think the world also does need someone like me.
We do. Gracias. And he gets down on a knee and gives you a deep bow.
I imagine I'm probably still holding his hand, and I'll just let go of it, and I'll turn away, very dramatically look up at the depictions, and let it happen. I don't know how you want to do it, but I'll feel it. And I think also too, and I've thought about this a little bit, with the via the wish spell, I don't think Argenti can fully put into words what he once returned to him. Is it possible to cast the spell just purely on emotion and feeling of just like that really overwhelming feeling of just no longer wanting to be in a fake body, like a body that does not belong to him?
I will say this. I don't want to fuck you over, Jason. This is not about trying
That's
to
fine.
find like a way out, but I would like
That's
to
fine.
know the words that you speak, and you have 5 others who are here to help you out with that. Don't forget, this is a team exercise, a co-storytelling experience. So help Jason out. How should Argenti phrase his wish to become the dragon that he once was?
I mean, I
Jack, you
feel
can
like
help out
that-
too. One.
That's
Ooh.
pretty good, what you just said.
Well, that careful, because that could also mean
He loses his memories. And,
like, yeah,
or he
true.
goes back. Yeah.
zoom me back in time.
What's that song that Mother Gothel sings to Rapunzel about
Mother
return?
knows
one?
best.
Mother
Oh,
knows
oh, oh,
Are you talking about the one like when she's
song.
brushing the
Mother knows
hair?
best. Yes, the magic, the actual magic
Oh,
song.
yeah, flower,
Yeah.
flower, gleam and glow, let your
Well,
breath.
do
Yeah,
you-
I don't know the
Yeah.
song lyrics. It's,
Do you
Not at
just
all.
want to have
It
like
sounds
your
like you do know the lyric.
I don't know. I
Bring
don't know all
back
the
what
lyrics.
once was mine.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
once was
exactly.
lost.
Flowers
once lost.
gleaming glow.
So okay, do you want to just be able to transform into your dragon? Like, what are you hoping to get back? Just your dragon
I
form?
think
Oh,
he
I guess that's
wants.
fair. Yeah.
I
Do you
think
want to
he-
still be a people too? Just a dragon.
I think he wants to just. I think Argenti at his core just wants to be himself. Like, he just wants to be himself again. He doesn't care if he's like, if he has a tiny little dragon body, or he doesn't care if he's like, has a giant dragon body. He just wants to be himself, like whatever he would be currently.
But also a dragon.
Yeah. Well, he is a dragon. Like,
Right. But
Yeah.
you don't want to like go back to being like dragon torturer Argenti. either,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So do you want to wish that now with the experiences you've had, with what you have learned and the life you have lived without, you wish to empower yourself further with your draconic body once more?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like
Or like,
I wish to have my draconic abilities restored.
You know what? Also, too, I think he would frame the spell that he is casting a little bit in the form of like a prayer, and he would pray to Belmitria.
Oh, but
Oh,
she
he
did.
views- But
I'm just kidding.
who he views her as like his mother, like she is like the mother So yeah, I don't know. I don't know words. Now I'm scared. I feel like there's things high at risk.
I mean, wish is always risky, but David is secretly a kind and benevolent GM.
Shush.
So I think as long as you don't
You're
just
ruining
flat
your
out
fucking
say,
reputation,
I
Tyler.
want this wish to fuck up, I think it'll be okay.
So honestly, like, I want it to be such a simple thing. Like, I don't want it to be complicated. Like, the simple thing is there's just this simple yearning to return to, like, the form you are supposed to be in. And it's a very simple emotion. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's like a very simple one. And I don't want to overcomplicate it with, like, and then in clause section B, section C, point 2,
Speaking from
I
your
would
heart,
like
When
to
did
make sure.
you-
Elena,
when
let's
did
see
you
what you have to
lose
say.
access to it? Well, I just wanted. So when did you lose access to your dragon form? Because I would almost say I wish I could return to my, like, I wish I could have my form that I had like prior to. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, when was the
Yeah.
last moment Argenti had his what he considers his true form?
Right. I mean, I really do feel like it could just be a like, I wish to have my draconic form return. If we're
Yeah.
trying to keep it not overly complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Because
Jason.
I think if we start saying, like, I want to go back to I want to be back when I had this, like, it could muddle things up, and then suddenly you're evil again.
Jason, speak
I
from
feel
your
sick.
heart. The words.
I have
Evil
no
brain.
heart.
Argenti does that.
Okay.
Speak
Okay.
from the icebox in your chest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He would just get down on his knees.
Oh.
And he would look up, and he would do like this thing where he's like opening up his chest to like the universe. Like he just expands the arms, he leans back, he just opens his arms, and he says, is there like a depiction of Belmitria or something on the ceiling?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we got
100%.
yeah.
So he's looking at the image of Belmitria, and he's trying so hard to be strong because he also feels this pressure of like don't be emotional. And he's trying really hard, but his voice is shaking, kind of like how mine is right now because I'm having an anxiety attack. And he's saying, Mother, please. I've tried to redeem myself. I've done all that I can, and I don't think I deserve it. But if I could just shed this false skin and become who I truly am, I would be forever in your debt. Please make me Glacius again. Something like that, I think.
I think that's great.
I wish. Are the last two words out of your mouth.
Oh yeah, I
And
wish.
suddenly,
I thought you were about to start singing Into the Woods.
upon a star, as suddenly the most intense form of magic you have ever felt in your life radiates out of your body, even surprising you. You can see it's like kind of like falling back onto his back and kind of looking up towards you, and suddenly there's just a green light as existence, reality itself seems to vibrate around you. You suddenly seem as everything seems to have a resonance, and you can see the resonance of every molecule, of every single atom, of everything around you. As you do, you look up towards Belmitria, and suddenly the form of Lutheria seems to just translucently hang there above you as she falls and slowly comes to rest before you. She cups your chin with her finger and lifts it up somewhat so that your eyes meet, and she says, "You never have to say please again. You shall be perfect once more. Perfectly you. Thank you for my redemption. Gracias." Suddenly, you feel pain all across your body as your skin seems to rip itself apart, and out of all the pores you feel things push out, your hair replaced by these little, what look like needles at first, slowly starting to spread out, becoming harder and shinier as each one of your pores is quickly being replaced by scales as they spread out, and you feel your ligaments and body extend and pop as your legs kind of turn inside out. Suddenly you feel a massive pain in your shoulder blades as wings push out as before, but this time painfully, forcefully. And you can see as this green and silver light intermingles and cascades across the frescoes of your heroes, of your forebears, of the dragons that came to this land to bring freedom to the people, to find a new home. Your hands grasp onto the ground, and you see the claws that have replaced your fingernails as you grow ever more, expanding outwards. And you can hear a chant, a prayer, and your eye looks and you see hyper-realistic, significantly sharper than you see so much more. You see Aesop as he's bowing, and as you roar, people come rushing. Those of you that were at the feast rush over to what is happening, and you arrive. As Yanni, you're just like,
Pitor's there. Who was that?
as everyone's just like, your scales are still glowing with almost like an internal silvery light, kind of bleeding into green at the edges. As you feel your serpentine neck move about and turn towards Yanni and the other dragons. And you see Pitor just smiling. Ha! Fucking hells. Valis and Kyra kind of walk over towards you, putting a hand upon your scales. Rush. And all 4 dragons begin to chant a draconic song, a song that you haven't heard since your childhood, Argenti, but you chime in as it is laden with magic. The resonance of itself seems to make the building shake. And then I need you to roll me a D100.
Okay. All right. Ooh, 96. Oh.
Hopefully that's good.
As you kind of like stand there, immediately you fall down as the weakness in your entire body just overcomes you. Your strength score drops to 3. You're just like, you kind of look up towards them, and all of the dragons begin to laugh. Valis kind of kneels down next to you and kind of just gently caresses your cheek as she goes, "It takes a lot out of you. Recover." But over her, you can see that spectral form of Lutheria smiling. "It is just the beginning, Glacius. I am glad that you have your own form, and it appears you can still wield more of my spark for the time being. Be careful what you do with it. I trust you will serve my home well, better than I ever have. Good luck, Lord Glacius." And the translucent image disappears. And that is where we're going to leave it for this week's session.
It's cool.
And they say downtime activities
Oh, damn.
can be fun. Oh man! All right. Before we call things off, a couple things. First, if you haven't followed us, please do. For all of you that have followed us, thank you guys so much. Thank you so much. We usually always stream every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern. We are actually going to do something a little bit different next week. If you haven't seen it, the Dungeon Dudes came out with a neat idea, which is a re-zero session, re-zeroing things. And we're going to do that because we're in the final chapter of this max tier campaign. We're going to go to 20, maybe a little beyond, to kind of see where the epilogue takes us. And that requires making sure that everybody's on the same page. There's a lot. You guys even saw it in this episode. There were so many different things that were going on, so many different people to keep track of. What happened over there? A couple of people joined a little bit later than some other people in there. Like, I don't know who the fuck that is. Casaria?
Darian still doesn't know anyone's name.
Who the fuck is that? So we're going to...
I don't know who's related to who. It's fine.
We're going to do some tree diagram.
Could be a brother.
That's her sister. That's her sister.
Could be his daughter too. I don't fucking know.
So we're going to be taking next week off to have that ReZero session with all of us, but then we'll be back again the week thereafter. But I just want to pause it one more time and just point it out. If you guys watched the whole episode or even just watched parts, these players are fucking amazing. Whether they were Damon very quietly listening to all the stories and hyping them up and leaning into dumb accent that I made up last week. Or
hopefully he's drunk enough that it's gone now.
Or
that was an accident actually, but we'll run with it.
Me nudging Jason into finally letting out his inner dragon. These players are amazing, and I couldn't do it without you six. Thank you so much for being you. That said, I'm going to be raiding another channel because that's a nice thing to do. But follow us, please. That'd be super nice. We usually do like a quick 2-minute debrief before we call it for the session. So how was that for you folks?
That's pretty. A lot of intensity in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
So being a dragon is super cool, but I am really here for Dark Daphne. I'm the biggest fan.
Yeah.
I just want Daphne to destroy the world.
That's because they would further your goals. Dragon taking over.
No, but even as like a fan of Daphne, I love Daphne as a character so much, and I just want her to destroy everything. I want her female rage to burn the fucking world down. I just want it so bad.
I'm just hoping, like, maybe this, like, Dickin she's gonna get is gonna calm her down a little bit. Like, maybe...
Talking about the female energy to burn down the world, and then the other femme-presenting person in the chat goes, I just hope the Dickin down she gon' get is gonna be good.
I mean, you didn't see it, but in our other chat, I did immediately come to the realization that Daphne has foresight and said she is about to suck the divinity back out of this man.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. So we like to have fun on the stream, apparently. Fucking Jesus. All right. At that point, I'm going to call it. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll catch you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.